Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
The revolutionary new Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit is due to be launched in June 2022, and in the same year is expected to fly passengers into space, to the moon and beyond for a day or even several days at a time. There is no need for the Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit to carry food or medicine, as it is equipped with the latest space technology for transportation, transmutation and deep space operation. This extraordinary breakthrough technology ushers in a new era of travel without the need of fuel, food, or medicine, even during the longest excursions into deep space. Each spaceship unit has a 4-passenger capacity for long or short duration flights and has the capability to travel between cities on Earth in a matter of seconds to minutes, depending on the distance and speed. This ability to traverse massive distance in such incredibly short time is not just a breakthrough for human transport, it also completely revolutionizes the transportation of goods and cargo and will rapidly overcome the need for one of our most polluting practices, namely marine shipping, as it finally breaks us free not only from the combustion of heavy diesel, but from the combustion of any fuel for propulsion in the future. The Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit, a new paradigm in space travel, space medicine, and space technology.
Water is the foundation of our life. It is part of every living creature. Pure water gives you the energy of nature. Now you can have this energy in your home. The Keshe Foundation Alkalizer and Energizer is designed for your daily well-being. It increases the pH of the water so your body can absorb more oxygen and stay in its natural condition during the day. Keshe Foundation Alkalizer and Energizer. Be pure like the water.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for June 16th, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Cork, and along with each and every one of the participants who are here. This is such a vast and deep knowledge. It's going to take all of us, including the universal community, to open this all up. And I think we all have knowledge, perhaps that others don't have, and others have knowledge that we don't have. So we're very patient with each other. We're learning and we're adding to our own structure. What Mr. Keshe is presenting, again, is quite deep and quite profound, but it looks like it's time to interact in so many ways with world leaders, showing the transmutation process and how this is done. And of course, he's using the transmutation to start to bring down the borders. I know this will be baffling to world leaders and most of us, that we all have the capability, and it's the right of each and every creature on this planet and across the universe to be able to transit between the two dimensions of energy and matter state. So he went back in this latest workshop, the 542nd, and reviewed some of these principles that he taught in the last two, the 540 and 541, but we'll try to open up a little more and more of it as we go along today. So feel free to add to the conversation, to interject, or to ask questions about something you may not understand. And we all may not understand exactly fully what's meant, as I know he said again, the knowledge seekers still have to understand, and the team still has to understand, that's working directly with Mr. Keshe. And of course, the world scientists are still trying to understand many of these concepts and creation of space fuel and other things, as they've asked Mr. Keshe a number of times to give them the key or give them the formula. But as he said in this workshop, all the secrets haven't been revealed. But what will be coming up in the next number of sessions prior to the next conference in November will lead, hopefully, to this transmutation. And if not in Iran, then in Washington, or perhaps one of the future conferences. But this is the way the foundation is heading, to bring down these borders, and then we can see the one planet, one nation, one race will come more into bloom, let's say, because this is going to be quite a transitional time period. I don't know exactly how long it's going to last, this changeover, let's say, into a new structure, and this will probably be gradual. But as we normally do, we start by reading the World Peace Treaty. And again, I was looking in the store earlier on some things and what's being offered there. But this is the document that the world leaders, religious leaders, and hopefully all of us will sign. Again, you don't have to sign it with a pen. As you go out into space, you'll probably never see anything written because you're in that dimension of energy. But this is the simple document: finding peace within yourself, finding peace within your environment, and then across the planet, and then finding peace with the universal community. And we're really already part of it, although we're still out in the garden, so to speak, until we can correct our behavior. But that's what this whole process is about, joining us with the larger family of universal community. So I'll read it unless someone else would like to read the World Peace Treaty. Very simple, and it does give us a pause for thinking about, again, what we do in our lives and how important peace is here on this planet, which we're still trying to achieve, but also across the universe. This is the ethos of the giving and taking and sharing of energies, not so much in the matter state. So I'll read it. World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, whether you're pledging your nation to peace, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, as a body or a soul. Simply put your name, signature, date, position held again on behalf of your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed, of course. And after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. So again, you can find this on the Keshe Foundation website. You can share it with others. I've shared it in a number of different places, and there's a few places that I'm still waiting to hear back from them as far as posting it in certain places. And hopefully that will come to fruition, because what we see going on in the world today seems to be almost totally opposite. But again, the day is the darkest just before the dawn. So we're approaching this, and hopefully we don't have to go the hard way to get to this peace process. But the way it's being positioned at this point in time, it would appear that there's no turning back. I know there was a peace conference just offered, but yet one of the primary players, Russia, was not invited to the peace conference. And hopefully the one that China and Brazil is calling for will include Russia, which I'm sure it will, as both of those are all three would be founding members of the BRICS. So there seems to be an alternative platform being set up on this countries for them to have a win-win situation, not the war and destruction. But we still may have to go through this entire process. Any comments on this World Peace Treaty? And I know from what we hear, everywhere we turn, it doesn't seem like there's a glimmer of hope, but of course there is. The planet is not going away, but the wars are. But again, we may have to go through a period of very unsettling time and work our way out of this until we look at our behavior and our actions towards others. And this will be an automatic, but the transmutation process is going to bring this in a much, much deeper way. And even if they don't, I think people will be able to change their map locations. If they want to continue dragging their feet, we'll go to places where there are no killing and there are no wars. So this is what's on the card now as I'm reading it, or as I'm understanding it, that the showing the transmutation process, whether it's only 1 or 2 people initially and then 5 or 10 later on, this will certainly baffle world leaders, and they'll come to the point of realizing that the man himself has quite a bit of ability to change his destination and location. And this is what's coming into play. And I believe this is what Mr. Keshe is preparing to show in the Iranian conference and in the Washington conference. But we'll see how it shakes out. I know there's still a lot of ifs about this conference, who's going to be the leadership there. And Mr. Keshe has also applied for a flight license. We'll have to see if that's granted. And some of the other things he's mentioned in the past about what may transpire, but it's going to be quite a beautiful time. And as he mentioned in this workshop, we are among the children of Mitra. So this is one of the most glorious times on this planet, even though if you look at the news, it's quite disconcerting. Anyone have any comments or something they'd like to share? If not, we're going to go to the offers in the Keshe Foundation store, which the next offer that's coming up in the next few days or so, I think it's on the 21st of June, is the transmutation preparation sessions, which this will be the final one in a series of 6, which will then lead into a July, August, September, and October sessions. These sessions have been priced at the €300 amount, and the new ones coming up are going to be double that amount. Apparently, more and more deeper into this technology will the attendees be going to these sessions. And hopefully, as he said, they're going to bring in some of these systems that will make transmutation basically like the flick of a finger. So we invite you all to participate in these sessions if you can. It's keeping Keshe Foundation free for humanity, which is another huge aspect. As he said, if he goes out and looks for funding, the foundation would basically be probably taken over, co-opted, and hidden, as many of the technologies that we've seen other scientists want to bring to humanity again get put away in some cabinet or in some warehouse or some other place, and maybe used in the background for other purposes, but never made available to the entire population of the planet. Again, to move away from killing and war, to be able to feed yourself, to be able to create wellness, to be able to create travel without a craft. And this is, again, beyond the understanding of most of the scientific world. And it even baffles some of us knowledge seekers who think, how come we never discovered this on our own? We have to be actually taught it. But there are so many things going on, and the soul has its own life and understanding, and we're trying to understand it deeper and deeper as the weeks go by. So we invite you all to be part of these transmutation preparation sessions. And he did mention a bit about this in the last workshop. Perhaps we can find that location, if I can find the workshop per se. And if we bring up our transcript, and if we go to around, somewhere right around here, we'll hear a little bit more. And he's mentioned it in a number of locations here, but let's see if we can just zero in on the next session, which is coming up, and the ones that'll come up following this. Once you can transmute, I think you can't be controlled on this planet or anywhere in the universe, as you will have the keys in a way to be able to move, to be able to create different physicalities, or to perhaps operate in that dimension of energies. So there's many beautiful things about to appear in the Keshe Foundation, and I say about to appear because we're being slow walked into this process, maybe even slow walked backwards, which seems to be even slower. But step by step, it's going to appear, whether it's this cycle or the next cycle. As Mr. Keshe said, if anything happens to him, he'll just recreate the frock, and then we'll get you in the next round. So this planet has been up for this, and I mean, it is slated by the universal community to go through this process, and it can be, as we know, going through a number of different processes that we have to go to, indoctrinations or other things, depending if you have to go into a school or into an organization, you may be put through a battery of tests and the rest. But this is what we're going through, this sort of transition period, whether that will be 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. Perhaps many of us are just, in a way, a bridge. And as he said with the fish that move themselves from the south to the north, they're fully aware that they will provide a feast to the others, but yet they go on so the others can exist. And perhaps this is another understanding. We may not see the whole completion of it up close, but if we learn the process, we can extend, as he said, the physicality for hundreds, if not thousands of years. So there's a lot of options on the table for everyone. It all depends on how you want to see it and how you want to pick it up. But let's go to this first clip again about the sessions coming up.
You know, I'm waiting for the July transformation workshops. I will come to Italy to join it.
We go through a different process. Those who come in July, August, and September session, they'll have a most pleasurable time of their lives. And we're going
I
to
will
accept
come.
very limited. We're going to accept very limited people because at the moment there's too much noise, or we break up the groups into small groups that it can be done, that we can achieve. The small sessions, small groups, not so much noise that we can get the souls, we can get the expansion done, and then we can expand the souls very rapidly in this time, because we use very advanced technologies. The what do you call it, the fields will be very high. It has to meet, and we have to deliver.
I really wish to join this group.
And that's what he said. The new ones are double the price, so they'll be €600 plus the value added tax, but they seem to be shorter but very intense. And they're going to bring in some new systems into this process that will make it much quicker for you to catch on to this in a way. As he said, if you can still resist it, God help you. Let's finish this.
Maybe all of them.
When we announce it, when we announce it, session by session, you can join it. Because we realize with this group of 70, 80 people is too many people fall asleep, too many. We try to segment it for a shorter time, maybe 1 or 2 days, and we do in a small group that people can achieve transmutation.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the things I was debating with myself. When we did the test in the reactor group, I was not aware of my physicality sitting at the kitchen table, almost the way you're not aware of your body lying in the bed when you go to sleep and you have a dream. When I go into these monthly sessions, most of the time, not all the time, but most of the time, I'm fully aware of my physicality. So I was thinking this is a shortcoming on my part, that the physicality, as he said, we keep wanting to revert back to the physicality, but maybe being aware of it, as he said here, is he doesn't want people going to sleep. So he wants the participants to be fully awake. And if you're fully awake, obviously you're aware of your physicality. So you'll be physically aware of your surroundings, your physicality, but at the same time, you will have some sort of conscious dream, if you want to call it a dream, or moving, or the sensation of moving to a new position. So you'll have the experience of seeing where you are, realizing that you're fully awake, but at the same time, a new scenario, a new movie in a way is playing within your internal structure, within your own universe, within yourself. So now I'm thinking that being aware of the physicality is actually part of the process, because he wants us to be able to create this in a conscious state. And as I said before, I think the closest we've gotten to this is the daydream. And he mentioned this in the workshop as well, this daydreaming. And again, you drift off and you come back.
We have
That
to
would be
finish
very
the June
interesting.
session. It will be an amazing sessions in the next 3 months, but we have to make the knowledge seekers ready for the conference in Iraq. Our flight system to zero magnetic field is ready. I can show it to you tomorrow, but our scientists are not ready to understand to do it.
Again, even the team working with Mr. Keshe is not fully ready. apparently. I don't know if that means they haven't fully completed the system. They're not fully understanding it, but they have a very good advisor, so I'm sure it's all going to get done in time for the Iranian conference. And that won't be photographed. So if anything does happen there, you'll probably hear it. There's no videotapes that I'm aware of unless the government there decides to videotape it, but there won't be any recording on the side of the Keshe Foundation that I'm aware of. So whatever's going to be reported out of there is going to have to be reported by those who attend. And we'll get into that shortly.
I'm more interested in the transmutation. This system is not really interesting.
It's a shortcut, but you have to train the soul.
Mm.
But it'll be done in the July, August, September sessions. Will be one of the most amazing sessions Keshe Foundation is around. We prepare because when we come to Iran, when we come to Washington, we have to show tens of people the capability to do. And this is important. It's not one or two anymore. Any other question?
Yes, we wish us all the luck because this is what's going to break the borders and or the start of the process of bringing down the borders when the world leaders realize they cannot hold their populations even if they incarcerate them. They'll be able to move out of a certain position into another position. And then, of course, he goes into this flying car, which he has mentioned a number of times. Maybe we'll just leave that, or perhaps we should continue this up to about 42 minutes, I think. Let's just hear a little bit more. And again, he sort of said the electric car has about a 2-year lifespan, but and now he said it really wasn't about the electric cars. It was more about these miniature systems in a way, plasma cars or something. And let's hear.
Mark,
Yes.
yeah, I just wanted to say that, when we talk about prisons and people being able to move, I think that only will happen if the soul is in, I call it being in good order. The soul won't allow them to move if they're not correct. So if someone has been wrongfully accused and the soul is correct, then of course they'll be able to move. But if they're not, then until they're elevated, I think that they would not be able to move.
Well, I'm patterning my life after Christ, so.
No, we're not discussing you, Mark. We're talking about...
Was he able to move?
Yes, but you know what I'm saying. It's I think it might cause a lot of concern if people don't understand that.
Yep, no question. But I think we all have the capability to do it. And as he said with the woman that was being abused, she actually had left her physicality there. Maybe she didn't do the full transmutation, but she was out of that position in so many ways. And I think we can do it, although it's rare. Once we learn some of these techniques, anyone will be able to do it. As we know, nobody's an angel, but he did say you have to get everything correct. Everything has to be correct. So you could be right, but I don't think we're not perfect. And he said we're not making perfect people, but the souls of the new children will be much more perfect as they'll be created out of the dimension of the soul rather than the physicality. And we're still working on this thinking, speaking, and acting good, aren't we? So I don't know if anyone will be an angel. If you need to be an angel before you can transmute. That's just my thinking. Anyone else? Because if you have to be perfect, again, that will take quite a bit. Nobody's perfect, as I'm understanding it.
As I understood it, it was if you were really, really in the middle of doing terrible wrongdoing, I don't think the soul would move.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I
But
agree
if
with
you're
that.
normal,
Mhm.
and normal does have a lot of mistakes in it, but not the intentions are not bad.
Right, right. So I think, again, as this capability is being revealed, and as I've repeated that, we're opening up the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies. So we all have this capability. It's a matter of triggering it. And that secret really, or part of it, has not been fully opened up yet. So once this is done, I think as he said, everyone has the right to, even in our present condition, everyone has the right to access this ability to transit between the two dimensions. I think we'll be using more of the transmutation here on this planet. This would seem more acceptable to me. If you want to go to the moon, you're going to have to trade in your man shape for something that could be a flying worm or something else. And people may be, at this point, a little bit intimidated by that. But as you become more comfortable of moving around this planet, then experiencing other beauties and interactions of the Creator, you may want to try that for a while. And I don't know how long you'd have to be in that position, or maybe you can just be in that position for a short time and say, okay, I've experienced that, let's try something else. Or perhaps come back to the planet again and then do certain things. So there's a lot of options, I think, many more options than we're totally familiar with at this point. But let's continue. Anyone else? We do like an interactive crowd, but if you want to operate on the silent line of communication, that's fully acceptable to me. Thank you, Gail.
Sure,
Thank you
best
very
try.
much for the talk. I will try to practice further.
Thank
Thank
very
you.
much. Thank you.
Okay, we have a hand up from Ed, but before we go there, let's get one of the questions from YouTube from Peng Peter, which is somewhat related. Are plasma cars mini UFOs? If so, will they come in different shapes and models when it comes to the sales of transportation?
Not really. There are little miniature systems localized in a way. We saw that as I said before, as we have tested, as I said to you, we are testing with live, what they call conditions. We've seen that already with the soul of a fish. As I said before, this shows us actually completion of the transmutation and how things will take shape in the coming time, especially for those of you who go through these fields of the transmutation. And that is in a near future, once partially our knowledge seekers, our scientists have to understand this to expand it further, is that we have reached the point and we have shown it, and it has come to what do you call, how can I put it up? How can I explain it? Give me 1 second, I'll explain, and maybe some of you understand. Just 1 minute.
I think he takes a couple minutes here before he comes back in. But in one part of this, it may be here where he said we train the fish to do this. So if they can train a fish, remember the fish was in the tube, they put him in the tank and he transmuted back into the tube. And apparently the team wasn't sure that that really happened. They put him back in the tank, the fish transmuted back into the tube. So if they can teach a fish, I certainly think they can teach any one of us how to do this. How they taught the fish has not been revealed, but I don't know exactly what it was. Maybe they put his favorite food in the other place and he moved back to there. I'm just guessing and sort of having a little fun with this. Let's see here. Okay, it's still running. We're waiting for Mr. Keshe to come back. But again, if the fish was able to do it, we should be able to do the same. And again, I'm sure it wasn't using any words or
Sorry
any
about that.
fish talk.
It's taking just a few more seconds.
Let's just wait for Mr. Keshe to come back.
This, if our people understand and knowledge seekers understand what this means, a lot of you will move in a different direction. Trying to, I cannot read the system, unfortunately. Let me see if we can establish a different line, because it's understanding the process of creation and control of the fields, even at the soul level. It is important for the future, what we call expansion of what we call the soul of the man. And this will create new dimensions in what we call the process of transmutation and transportation, and how we assess our works and we develop our technologies. Somehow I cannot log into the system that I can show you something to explain this.
He's explaining.
Our system does not allow certain things.
How the fish moves.
Maybe I can get in now. Okay. What is important, this is what I was trying to explain, and I've mentioned this before, is that whiteboard. There we are. If you've had an animal like a fish, you notice that the fishes, to go from the bottom of a tank or bottom of the sea up, they travel that way. When a fish is converted, the fishes we tried and the ones we already keep, and are in that kind of environment, our fishes go up and down in the left, which means the edge of the physicality does not count anymore. We'll see this as part of the characteristics of the children in the womb of the mother when we see the soul, children who are created by the soul of the mother. And this characteristic will, in so many ways, will manifest itself in these kind of processes, this kind of understanding of a system, of what we call development of the soul, to our scientists is amazing. How can, but if you understood how you have managed to teach the soul to be in control, this kind of processes, this kind of achieving the soul should be absolutely no problem. Should be absolutely not a single problem to do, which means in a way we know when the soul is ready for transmutation, when it's mature, when the what we call the point of manifestation. And then we can assess the next step.
Excuse
we
me,
can
Mr.
decide
Keshe.
on our system.
And as he said, Gail, I don't think anyone is perfect going into these monthly sessions, but he said, and he goes on to say here, how the graphs have already showed that the souls that are in these sessions are ready to transmute. So that is the goal, to be thinking good, speaking good, and acting good. But it appears that souls that are not perfect that are going in here, and he said we're not creating perfect ones, other than the children of Mitra, which is among us, you'll be able to do it, as he said. Let's continue with this. So this is, again, gaining an aspect of immortality, gaining an understanding of everlasting life. If you can reach this, I know someone said it's important to me to be able to feed myself without killing, and that is an important aspect of all this, but gaining this understanding of transmutation gives you the key, in a way, to an aspect of immortality. And then you can play as long as you'd like to play, and wherever you'd like to play. This is what I'm understanding.
We lost the
Yes.
whiteboard there. Did you want to keep that up, please? Or
Yes, I was the internet. No, it's okay. I cannot reach it. I have a problem in reaching it, so we
okay.
left it. But that's what I wanted to show. In a way, our parameters in the future is what do you call it? Is the soul ready? And what I showed you as a what they call graph, it shows to us, yes, the soul is ready to go. The soul is ready to transmute because we've seen it, we have watched it, we have monitored it, and is capable to.
And that was, Gail, what he said a couple of workshops ago about this lack of trust within ourselves. And then he said some people ask themselves, am I worthy enough? Am I worthy to be able to do this? But he's saying here that the graphs have shown that the people are ready to do the transmutation. And I don't think anyone in there is a perfect soul at this point. We haven't really arrived at 100%. Maybe some are more correct than others, but as he said, they're all ready to transmute.
And we see this in the time to come. It's the question mark for many of scientists in the future will be, do we need to keep a child within the womb of the mother 9 months when children of the soul are created? Would the physicality will take that long to mature? Or can we have the sail? Can we have the, what do you call, the mother, even let's say in the time mother dies by accident, you have a soul of a child within the womb of the mother. Would the child survive? Because we have created a soul and we can maintain the soul. And the answer is yes.
Okay, so that's what you can look forward to by participating in the June session. And also this is connecting to the July, August, September, and October sessions. And again, these are secrets that even the universal community flying in the UFOs has not been able to achieve. So yes, there's a price on it. It's a bit expensive in the rest of this, but what is this knowledge worth to you if you're able to afford it? And if not, it's going to be taught eventually to everyone. This is what he wants to do, but it'll just be the first few ones to demonstrate it to the world leaders, and then they'll be starting to teach the others, and we'll have system support in there. This is what he said. They're bringing in some systems into Iran and going to be using those, and those systems will be removed after the conference is over. So it's a matter of demonstrating this, and of course we know the world leaders talk to each other, even if they're having conflicts and problems with each other, they certainly do make phone calls and talk to each other. And you know what I just saw in Iran, and of course ambassadors will, all the embassies will be invited to be there as well. And they're of course going to be reporting back to their leadership or their governments or who they're an ambassador for. So this word is going to spread quite quickly at the highest levels of this planet that people can actually transmute. Now, maybe not the world leaders, as he said, there's so much mayhem and problems that they're encountering. Maybe some of them will, hopefully. They'll become quite powerful assets for the Keshe Foundation. But again, it's probably easier for the common man to do it than a very top-level Hollywood star or a major sports figure or a world leader or others, because they don't want to change any sort of shape of their physicality if they moved across this planet and had to accept a new position in Africa or China or other countries where they say, no, I won't be recognized. I won't have my recognition anymore. So I'm not going to go through this process. We'll just give them the faster jet. We have to accommodate them, as Mr. Keshe said. So they'll be receiving the faster airplane in a way, is what we showed in the beginning of the bumper, where you have flight systems that can actually move across this planet in a very, very short time. And maybe this will help to correct them because, as I said, yes?
But Mr. Keshe said that they can still come back the same. I think somebody asked that question, would they come back the same?
Mm-hmm.
And he said yes.
Yes, that's correct. But when you go to China and you want to speak the language of China, you're going to have to accept that. And maybe the fear is that they won't think they can come back and look exactly the same as they are. And so they won't participate in this. But for the average person, as he said, Ike, you will come back and your family will recognize you. But many, he said, will walk away from these systems because they know they still have a lot to correct within themselves. And again, I'm not judging anyone, and I don't allow anyone to judge me. But their souls will probably tell them whether they're ready for it or they're not. Again, there's some things that have to be sorted out as I see it. Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
question about the sessions. Does it sound like we would have to do 3 or July, August, September, October is 4 of them, right?
Yeah.
Does it mean you would have to do 4?
No, he said they'd be individual sessions. And again, but he wants this to be leading up to the next conference. In a way, they're going through extra batting practice, perhaps.
So
if
it's
you know
not
what I
really
mean.
who hasn't done the ones from the
No,
last.
I don't think that matters if you haven't been in any of the sessions before. We all have the ability. It's a matter of triggering it, and he's going to reveal some of the secrets, but then you're going to have to apply that and practice. He said practice is an important aspect of this whole process as well. But he did say we'll bring in systems that'll make this happen in the flick of a finger. And again, maybe when the system is there, you can do it for demonstration purposes with the flick of the finger. And then when you practice it, it may not be as easy, but it's still there. And then if you have interaction with the system again, it'll happen. But that may be just be brought in to demonstrate this process, and then you start working on it. As he said, like the feeding, or these things have to be embedded in a way very softly into your structure that you can do it. But when you're in the presence of a advanced system, as we see in the Star Trek, where they just step right into the transporter room, they move down to the planet and they get back up. Now, if they were to do that on their own, probably wouldn't happen. They'd need to practice. They'd need to do it. But when you're in the system, and this is, to me, what Mr. Keshe is saying, we're going to bring advanced systems to make this happen like the flick of a finger. And that's what we see in some of these science fiction. But this is not science fiction. This is the process of creation being shared with us. To me, and I'm only speaking for myself. So let's go back up. Let's say we go to the store again. So this is the transmutation preparation sessions, which I think the name of the new ones has actually changed. Now this is transmutation test. 2-hour sessions with small groups organized by geographical positioning of the participants, according to the number of participants. Let's see if there's more. So the sessions are not going to be all day. Apparently they're going to do, depending on time zones, small, intense sessions. According to the number, it can be done in 1 Friday per month or extended to 2 Fridays per month. Participants will be informed by the email. Make sure you mention in the comment the time zone you're coming into. So these are the 4 sessions, which apparently there's a discount if you order 4 at one time. It goes to $2,000, so you're saving a little bit, maybe 20% or a little bit more if you were to do this. So this is what's on the card of the Keshe Foundation. So we're going to have extra batting practice before the major game, let's say. And if not in Iran, it'll happen in Washington. But this is what Mr. Keshe said. He's been working for years on this border issue. And this will be, in a way, the linchpin in so many ways that the world leaders will say, yes, our people can move out of this. I don't want to allow them to have this or this kind of freedom or this sort of abuse is taking place. They're going to move. You'll be the ruler, but you'll have no nationals in a way to rule. This is the way I'm seeing it. Any other comments on this from anyone? Okay, what is also being offered in the store, and I thought we would spend some, and this is the actual Iran flight conference, which again is scheduled for November, and there's still a few things in the air, but you'll have time for also leisure. It sounds like probably about a week of conferences and a week of leisure. Of course, you'll have to, on the week of sightseeing or whatever you do, you'll have to pay for your own. This is the amount covered for the actual week of the conference, as I understand it. Registration, you'll have to provide your own meals, but transportation will be provided from Vienna to Iran, whether they rent a plane or they use one of the other airlines. I'm not sure how that is going to be worked out, but that is per person and it's non-transferable. Departure is from Vienna, so you'll have to make your way to Vienna from wherever you are, and then everyone is going to travel together. And I'm sure a number of people have already signed up for this, but all we need is a few people to show the transmutation. And you'll be witness to a very, very profound demonstration of something that's never been shown before, and probably a number of other little goodies. As he said, the Iranians may want to show some of their technology that Mr. Keshe shared with them. I'm assuming that. As he said, they are 50 years ahead of the rest of the world in nanotechnology and nanocoatings. So they're quite advanced in some of their capabilities. Whether they want to show it or not is going to be totally up to them. And again, whether the flight license appears or not is up to them. And of course, Mr. Keshe said there may be two conferences in the one. One will be the actual conference, and the second, you may travel to a second location to actually witness the actual lift and motion. So all of this UFO mystery behind all the rest of it, this will end through this conference as they show the lift and motion. And maybe that's probably why a flight license has been applied for, because there will be an actual physical, maybe it'll be one of those, again, mini plasma systems, localized, meaning I would say localized in your plasma car, your plasma spaceship, localized as with the fish, that he could move from the tube to the aquarium. Maybe you can move from New York to Beijing, or maybe only to Europe. I don't know what will be set up and back. So it sounds like it's going to be a local, perhaps it's just local to this planet. So this is the Iran conference, and we can go to, I think, we may have covered that already. I'm just looking at my notes here to see where we can do this. Why don't we go back to the break, which is about at 1:02, I think, and we'll hear Mr. Keshe describe for just a couple minutes a little more about this conference. I think this comes right after the break here. I'm just trying to get to the right spot. Well, we'll have to. Okay.
Okay, back again at the 542nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And we're in the second half. And generally, Mr. Keshe has something to say before we engage in the Q&A part of things. So please go ahead, Mr. Keshe, if there's something you'd like to bring up.
Oh, yes, thank you very much. There's one thing, we just go back again regarding the Iranian conference, the conference in Isfahan. Some of you have found problems in transferring the money to pay for it. The only way to do it is when you go on the website, make the booking, and just send us the reference number for the booking and the payment for it. You don't need to do anything else. Usually it's like you buy products, we receive an email, and you put the reference number, KF, whatever, and you don't need to state anything else. That it does not create you problems, because some knowledge seekers had a problem to do this. So you don't need to mention, just go on a booking and you just reference purchase number or donation number or whatever, blah, 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 which is given to you on what you call it, on your order. Doesn't matter what you pay for a PayPal banking system, electronic system, just put reference that, and then we know it's for the conference in Iraq. Please complete this by the end of this month. As I said, we will close. And the situation developing that we have to sooner or later stop any registration with the Keshe Foundation for the conference in Iraq. There's a lot of things on move, and a lot of things are moving positively for this to be one of the most successful conferences in Iran even in the history of science of Iranian technology. Not just because it's a Keshe Foundation, it's just because new science will be shown. And as we saw, and I referred to it in a part of the teaching, the first time gravitational and energy system will be shown in a full working condition. And this will change things from the day we'll show in public. And I hope knowledge seekers are there to be witness to it as you've been around with us, seeing every steps of its development and understanding by us.
Again, you're going to be a witness to it. And that's what we saw with the gas unit. He said, we show you what we do. We don't tell you how we do it. So it's not that this is going to be a session in a way of showing an energy system that you can reproduce other than your own within your own structure. This is not something where you're going to go there and build. And another aspect that he said was about this eternal candle. He said, we have technology. This was something where they were using one little candle flame and they were heating up in very large pools of water, steaming, where people would go into, I guess, public baths, and the British came in and they sort of tinkered with it or something, trying to find out how it works, and destroyed it. And Mr. Keshe said, we may show this. We have the understanding of how to show that single candle. And again, you may be witness to it, but not be able to reproduce it yourself at this point. I think a lot of the physical things that the Keshe Foundation produces is kept very closely. But the one he wants to open up is your energies to your matter state. That, again, you don't need a system, you don't need a craft. And I think it's just unlimited what you can do within your own universe. And we know the plasma carries everything within it. It's just a matter, even all the emotions we've never experienced, he said, it's all within that fundamental plasma. So many emotions that we aren't even aware of, it's all in there. So all of these are within your soul or within your universe, within your physical structure that can be created. But again, this is a mystery of the ages being unraveled here. Most people live on this planet, they have their children, they get married, they whatever, get a house, they work 2 jobs, try to get something, but they never understood any of this. So this is a real blessing in a way, and knowledge that's shared partially perhaps in the past, and a few have achieved certain aspects of it, but I think we're getting to understand the full totality, and this is where he wants us to go. Let's just continue. Any thoughts? Feel free. Because I certainly only understand 1/1,000,000th of 1/1,000,000th of 1% of this knowledge. So I'm nowhere near an authority, let's say. I'm trying to open it up just the same way you are. Opening up that mystery of the matter state of entity to its energies.
It is, and it will be a pleasure to share it with many governments. Part of this technology in the coming hours will be shown, in the coming days and weeks will be shown to some of the world leading scientists that we prepare the condition for Iran conference. And we wish you as knowledge seekers to be with us such a long time, to be with us in Iran to celebrate the what we call achievement of man and process of peace by new technology. On the other hand,
so I didn't even realize that. He's sharing it with some scientists in the background. Maybe that's why, as he said, some of the units didn't go out, because he's been pinching a few and pinching perhaps some of that cosmic ray material for other tests with other people. But he said that they're sharing this with some of the scientists to prepare for this conference. to some of the world leading scientists. As Mr. Keshe said, we are fortunate because normally he doesn't work with run-of-the-mill scientists for the most part. And we're plasma scientists as well, but he only usually works, as he said in one location, with only the top level scientists on this planet. And even them, like Dr. Winter, is in a way confused, and so many others are too, because this is a whole new addition to man's knowledge. And some of this does not fit into, or say most of this does not fit into man's knowledge. It's above and beyond, but it's being added to.
As we said in the past few weeks, we are ready to move with a full transmutation and transportation system, maybe partially both, in conjunction with the other in Isfahan, and they're following in Washington, and trying to show the rapid growth in structure of the science and technology. If there are any questions, we answer, and we'll see where we go.
Okay, any questions on this conference? And if you can't make this one, hopefully you'll be able to put some funds away or find a way to make it to Washington. He wants as many knowledge seekers there as possible. Although the cost and the travel and the rest of that is a bit prohibitive for many of us. It's quite a stretch to come up and to meet this. But again, what's being shared is never been shared before on this planet in such a way. So he's prepping many of the leading scientists on this planet. And again, he hasn't mentioned that other than to say this in a few words here, that they're preparing some of the scientists to see or to understand what is actually going to be shown here. Any thoughts or questions from anyone? Are we all baffled? Okay. Well, we're learning not to be afraid of our own shadow. You carry amazing capabilities and amazing structure, but we're just unraveling the structure in so many ways. And apparently it has to be done step by step. As he said, if he came out with this years and years ago, it would have just all been magic and probably discarded. But he went through the process of the gas reactors, the GANS reactors, and the rest of it. So let's go to the next part if we can. I thought we'd just cover a little bit of the workshop in the beginning. Maybe we can go back to about the where we started here, about 21 minutes into it, or 20. Again, showing that a lot of the things that happen in the physicality of the brain, he said we want to be able to create this motion of fields. And previously he said, don't try to create movement, try to create the emotion of movement, as if you are moving, but with an emotion and not the actual physical movement. Now, maybe the transmutation is a little bit different. I'm not sure. I've never really fully done it, so not that I'm aware of that I've done it. But the definitely the transmutation in the dimension of energy, we've all done it. You had a daydream, you had a night dream. For sure you've had a night dream if you didn't have a daydream before. Yes, you only remember partially, but sometimes you have a very vivid interactive dream. So that's the transmutation in the dimension of energy. Now we're learning to control it, to be able to say, I'd like to see this or go here or create that dimension of fields for that location. And again, you're not moving your physicality, you're not moving your soul. It's just expansion of the fields of the soul. Okay, so let me back this up and we'll go to the beginning of the workshop and spend a little bit time in there if we can. I'm just wondering, I had a location that I wanted to start it at, and I'm not sure where I wanted to start. Right. Yeah, he's going through this part of the brain and about how it physically moves things, and now we're using energies in a way to do the same thing in moving the whole structure. Again, this is just my understanding, and I don't understand a lot. So let's go up to around, yeah. I had a spot picked out, but for some reason, I'm not able to find that. Okay, we'll just start here. Again, most of this is, a lot of it is mystery to us, and we're unraveling it, even though the soul, I believe your soul is fully familiar with everything that is being said here. And maybe in a way, this is just a confirmation to your soul, to your physicality as well. And this is why he's opening it up in this sort of fashion.
Joy, it'll be carried. And in that position of transmutation, when you arrive, manifests itself as part of the structure of the control. So we understand that within the plasma, within the structure of the fundamental plasma, where combination of the fields and rays make that plasma, they have the same characteristic structure as what we see in the body of the man, in the brain of the man. So the body of the man in conversion knows where to go. You see in your dreams or when you transmute, but not convert to change of physicality, your grandma,
So here he's going in, he said, when you dream or when you transmute, but not convert to change of physicality, your grandma. So you're not there physically visiting your grandma. You're in the dimension of energy. She tells you a joke. She gives you food with the aroma and the odor you like. You smell it, but there's no smell there. You've created that smell within your own structure. Remember her cooking. So this is all done within your own structure. You see a rose in your dream, you smell the rose. There's no rose, physical rose, and there's no physical smell of the rose, but you're creating that smell and that vision of the rose all within your own structure. So this is the understanding of the transmutation in the dimension of energy. Now he wants the full transmutation to be shown to break the borders down. But we're all doing this all the time. And it's a matter of learning how to control this, where you can sit, I guess, on the bench and go anywhere you'd like, but you're physically not moving. It's all happening in the dimension of energy.
tells you a joke. She gives you food with the aroma and odor which you liked. Remember her cooking for you? Then this, when it comes through the dimension of the plasma fields and converts into the matter state, you feel, you taste, and say, oh, I had a dream of the grandma last night, and I had this soup and that taste and that odor. In fact, you use the conversion of the rays into the dimension of physicality. For this reason, man will find out that all plasmas have the same strength. Does not matter if in the strength of your physical condition, it becomes laughter, but tickling, giggling, shouting, and crying from joy, and another creature from another part of the universe will feel the same joy through the same field of strength. It means the same. Then we understand how we do not need a physical matter to exist, to enjoy the existence in the universe, because whatever we see as the attribute of the physicality we enjoy, the sight, the sound, the smell, everything else, is within the structure of the plasma. And if this planetary system, this condition of the earth, would have allowed and had creation and the condition of the other field strengthens, we would have known other emotions, other senses, because there are more into emotions and senses and condition of understanding than what is available to the man today on this planet. This planet needs this to satisfy the life conversion. On another planet, there are no cows to eat. There is no grass to lie on. There is no sunrise and sunset that you can sit on the beach because there's no water. And then, but there are other joys. You cannot create this on another planet. But
So that's what I had originally thought. Oh, I'll just bring my physicality to the moon or to Jupiter or to another galaxy. No problem. I'll be there. But you can't do that. And the open spans of the universe are on a different planet unless you're in a dome of protection, or unless you're in a craft, you cannot manifest this. So he's saying, why not travel the universe in the dimension of energy? Because you can't bring the physicality physically there, but you can have all the experiences of it, the smells, the tastes, sounds, and the rest of it, if there are such things there. And it's all created through emotions, and emotions that we're probably not totally familiar with. Energy and motion, emotion. So we're not creating physical movement in this dimension of energy. We're creating the sense of movement in a way, or the emotion of movement, but not the actual physical movement. Do you move when you're in bed? No, your physicality is right there. But you go to all kinds of different places. Maybe sometimes you dream about things in the universe, but if you brought your physicality to that location, it wouldn't survive. So that's an impossibility, unless you're in a craft. And that has other dangers to it, as I'm seeing it, the physical craft with the shielding and the potential of failure and the rest of it. So,
Hey, Mark,
yes,
is there a civilization in the dimension of energy that we know about?
that's the universal community. The UFOs are in the dimension of the matter state, Mr. Keshe told us recently. They're just using a fancy magnetical gravitational positioning, which we'll use on this planet too to move around in craft.
I thought those ones are in physicality.
They are. That's why they're in the ship. They're in the dimension, but there's other beings in the universe as well. I think there's other beings, again, this is just my understanding, that have never taken on a dimension of physicality, and maybe they consider it below them in a way, but there are many pleasures that they're missing in the physicality. So we have those entities in the dimension of energy that never took on the physicality. Then I would say we have beings in the universe, or citizens of the universe, that are able to move and transmute their physicality. This is how perhaps where Mr. Keshe says a third of the people on this planet are not from here. They're just hiding in the clothes of the man, like I am. So perhaps some of the universal community members are able to do a transmutation. And then we have the ones that are just in the matter state, flying around in the rocket or the spaceship and the rest of it. Yeah, they have shielding. They're very advanced. I mean, we couldn't touch their knowledge. We couldn't hold the door for them in so many ways. I remember that being stated. But they're still in the matter state, but we're quite impressed with them. They're in the same position as we are, trying to find their soul.
Can I maybe say something?
Oh, please.
Oh, hello, everybody. So the question is if there's like energy beings just on energy level, right?
Do you want to restate your question, Ike? So Roald could answer it for you, or try to. Ike, are you still with us? Yeah, yes. Well, I guess you'll have to take it as you understood it. Thanks.
Yeah, right. Okay. So from the spiritual perspective, there's like a lot of different dimensions going on the same time, and on Earth as we speak. Like I work with a lot of people who are working together with energy beings, like nature beings, actually from what we know as fairy tales, but they actually work with fairies, with goblins, with what's it called? Well, just everything you see in the fantasy books, like with elves and stuff. And I work with people who
You mean
um,
you mean what we see in the fairy tale books?
oh,
I thought
definitely,
that was all just made up.
yeah, but it is not.
You know, it was funny because I was reading about Joan of Arc, who was this very young girl, and she was talking about when they were just really young children. They used to go to this big tree or something, the children from the village, and they would play with these fairies, she said. And then
Definitely.
when the priest found out about it, they would discourage them from ever interacting with these. But tell us more. I remember reading Mark Twain wrote something about Joan of Arc, and there's a book he wrote about it, and that's what was stated in there, that they
Well,
used to play with these beings. Yes.
well, there, that's cool because there actually just are a lot of nature beings on Earth as we speak, like elves, fairies, like what's it called, kabouters. Um, yeah, just all the things you
Hmm.
read in the fairy tales, they are actually here, and they are here to help the Earth move to the other dimension as well. And I have people who've been working with them for like 30 plus years to prep the Earth for where we are going through now. And like the people I've worked with, they've put on crystal grids all over the world, and yeah, just to prepare nature and everything to be ready for the change we are going through now as the Earth, as a being. Um, and well, it's just really interesting because they work with them for years. They even go um, to the wedding of elf people, and yeah, I just met so many people who
Hmm.
can talk with trees. And like I'm at a beautiful place right now where it's just full of nature beings, and I cannot see them, but I know a lot of people who can see them and who can even paint them and stuff and work with them and get advice from them. So, oh, it's definitely real. I can promise you that. And the cool thing is, what I found out is that plasma science is where spirituality meets science. And I come from the spiritual path, and I find the science now. And I think that a lot of people who are doing the plasma science come from the science part and find out that there's more, and then they go into the plasma science. But if you add those two up, it all makes sense. Like
Yeah.
everybody's talking about the same things, but the the energy beings in other
That
dimensions you cannot see are definitely here. Yeah.
that's true. Everybody's talking about the same thing. Not only spirituality, or some of those people that practice alchemy, it's almost the same thing. The ones that
Mhm.
do that. So it's all kind of plasma in a way, but that's limited to their knowledge. But it's all the same. So you're right.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
So when you go into this universal community, if you're traveling in the matter state, as I understand it, you will interact with the citizens of the universe in their matter state, in the matter state. So you might see all kinds of small people, large people, other kinds of entities or citizens of the universe. When you travel or interact with them on the soul level, there's no physicality involved in this process. So here on Earth, you
That's
may
that's
see
what I was asking.
okay.
The energy dimension is, there's no physicality. It's
Mhm.
a feeling. So is there a community of that in the universal community? Is there a community? Because it seems like every other interaction is on they have their UFOs and all kinds of, but they are physical.
Well, doesn't everything have a soul? Mr. Keshe is saying we need to interact with the soul of the ATM to understand it, or the soul of the horse. He used that example in this workshop too. He said, I know this horse is going to try to kill me today, but he said it's not going to happen. But he ended up in the hospital regardless. So again, if you're in the matter state, you have to interact with the others in their matter state, if they have one.
But yeah, okay. But you can also interact, if you are in the matter state, you can interact with beings in the energy state.
Okay.
So, for example, well, actually this weekend I was doing a workshop and I met a woman who was giving the workshop who says, well, she's only in her physicality for 5% of the time, and the rest of the 95% she's doing work in the universe. Like
Wow.
she's already all over the place, and then once in a while she comes back to her physicality, either just to eat something or so.
Well, she's doing better than Mr. Keshe. She says 90% of the time he works in the energy dimension. Only 10% does he work in the physicality.
I guess Mr. Keshe has more to do here to teach us, right? So
yes, as a universal messenger, yes.
She's everywhere but here. But then she was here for this weekend, and I was very happy to meet her, and it was special. But yeah, so she said like, okay, but I am like transmuting all the time, just the getting to materialize on the different planet. That's a new thing, but yeah, it's going around the universe. It's not new and not well for her and for them. Yeah, so I hope I can learn from her more.
Okay, let's see. Randy has sent me something about fairies. And again, we only think of fairies as some sort of make-believe sort of thing. But let me see if I can just, okay. Again, you know, the AI and the rest of these things, they can create sort of anything. Let's see if I can just bring one of these pictures up. And now I'm going to have to collapse everything else to find it. In just a minute. He's actually sent 4. Randy, are you able to share what you have? Would you like to share your screen? I have to, it went in back of these other things here. Okay, I cannot minimize Zoom while you're in a session. But I'll just see if I can find one of these pictures. I had so many things open here, I have to sort of collapse it. Here it is. Let's just see if we can just bring this up. There. Here's one of them. And there were 4 more that he actually put into the, yeah, so there's all kinds of entities, I would say.
These were taken in Ireland about 5 years ago.
Okay, and so this is before the AI, but there is also photoshopping, and sometimes people want to gain recognition or something, and they go to quite lengths. But what's the story behind this? It was from Ireland, okay?
Yes, taken from a lady friend of mine who's lived there all her life. She doesn't do internet. She doesn't do Photoshop, none of that stuff. She just takes pictures with her phone of things that she sees when she's out with nature.
Okay, anyone else have any?
And she said you can talk to these beings, they will answer you back. You just have to be, like we all say, you have to be at peace to do in order to do that. And they will show themselves.
Here's another one, just flying away out of the hand. It does look like a kind of a small angel or something along this line. Oh, there's so many mysteries to be opened up on this planet. I know some people think there's even civilizations below the surface, if that was possible. And so there's many, many things. And again, if that is happening here, can you imagine what the universe holds in store for people or for travelers? And okay, I think I'll leave it at these two for now. Thank you, Randy. But as I said, supposedly the Mark Twain had written a book about Joan of Arc, and this is what he said. She said, I don't know where he found that, but the children used to play with these little beings, and when the priest of the village found out about it, he discouraged the children from interacting, but they would still go to this very large tree or something. And we know she had some very powerful capabilities as a 14-year-old girl leading a nation out of its whatever it was involved with at that time. Okay, perhaps we can go back to this now. All right.
On that planet, there are other joys with a different strength that we do not know on this planet, because we don't have the conditions of it. We don't have the feeling strength of it, but it's embedded, it's active within the soul of the plasma of that man, the fundamental plasma. The beauty of it is, does not matter how many times you create a smaller or different or amalgamation of plasma, you come to the same. If this is hard for you to understand, it's very easy for you to test, because it's more or less on a magnetic field strength. It's not on something else. Get a piece of magnet and cut it into pieces. The field strength does not change. Each piece has the behavior of the same. You cut it in 2 halves, 1/3 and 2/3, in 10 pieces of equal amount, in 10 pieces of half and 10 pieces of double, the field strength interaction is always the same. In matter state condition, as the weight, you get attracted because you're lighter, but the field strength of the magnet does not change. And if we understand this, we understand the original plasma, the fields, which now creates the soul of the man, is another piece of magnet, which is cut from the bigger piece of magnet, which is the soul of the creator. It has the potential, it has all the fields within it to be, to create, to have interaction as the field of the creator. And once the scientist, once the man understands this, man has become the true citizens of the universe. I've made man in the image of myself, because the soul of the man is part of me, carries all the information and all the knowledge. It's the man who has decided which part he wants to take to or for his benefit. Then you understand what it means in true essence, that each soul, does not matter of infant, does not matter of this road sweeper, a king, a president, a scientist, in the size of the soul, all have all the attributes the same. Is which one we develop more, which one we encourage more. We encourage the abusive, we encourage to be ruthless and to be as abusive as we are, and we call ourselves a king, a leader, because a just king cannot exist if he's just and correct, unless he chooses the path that in every condition and situation meets the attributes of the creator. If you want to be that, to show the strength of the knowledge, you tap in and you become a scientist and the other part. But you still have the potential. You still have the, what we call a structure to become abusive and become a king. But that's what you convert in a matter state, in a physical life. But the soul does not change. Change. You just tap into that part. That is strength that you think you can. and you're encouraged and monitored to be encouraged. Then we understand, all of us. This is what I said years and years ago. When you look from outside, no one knows if this is a soul of the sweeper, or a king, or a farmer, or a scientist. Because in essence it's the same. In what you take, the way you took from the fields to create the part of the brain, which became the physical manifestation and control of your arms, your legs, physical movement, man encourages that part of the fields which is within it to become. And then when he mixes it in the different way with the physical condition, you get the behavior of abusive. You get different kind of behaviors, because the behavior does not come from emotion. It comes from interaction of the physical dimension and the field interaction within the structure of the soul of the man. It comes as perfection. Then man uses the physical dimension how to abuse this with others. How to use to abuse the others. Then
So, as he said here, the other conditions, depending on which way you want to go, it's all there. I was thinking of what Alex was teaching about the pH, where even though you have an 8 pH, the 6 is still in there, and it can show himself. And I know, Roald, that Mr. Keshe said we're very familiar with the matter state. We're introducing you now to this energy dimension. We're operating in it, but we haven't fully understand it. But he said there are a number of dimensions even above the energy dimension, but we weren't quite ready for it at this point in time. So there's a lot of dimensions, I think, in the universe, but we're only getting familiar with the energy state. We're pretty familiar with the matter state of the entity, but the energy.
I think that is the great part of it, that that we can learn a lot about the from the spiritual people that I came to meet in the last year, maybe, and I met so much like really, really special people who can just work with energy, feel energy, see energy, telepathy. Yeah, can't even name everything. Like,
right.
We work with energy and with against the 5G energy and stuff, and yeah, we're just already doing like a lot of energy work. So for me, it's the understanding of what I already know. So what I am doing is understanding what I already know from the spiritual side. Like I do energy work as well, and I can feel chakras, and I can pull out diseases and stuff. So I already doing that, and now from the plasma science, I am learning how does it work, so I can explain it scientifically. So
nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's we have quite a complex structure. And again, they haven't wanted us to really investigate anything other than the matter state. And if we stay in that matter state, this is where the abuse comes in. Well, the abuse comes in for a lack of knowledge. And this is why Mr. Keshe is trying to elevate our understanding so that no one gets abused due to a lack of knowledge. But again, as he said, we had to teach the UFOs because we're so physical. We wanted something to get into. We couldn't start on the soul level. And he had to start teaching in that way because of our physicality. We couldn't believe we could possibly move in the dimension of energy. We needed something to get into, as he said. But then that was canceled, and he moved on to the understanding of the energy structure, the soul of the man, and the rest of it. So this is, again, quite a complete teaching, but it hasn't finished yet. It's just beginning in so many ways. Gail says, I watched the Bureau of Magical Things on Netflix and The Worst Witch. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. Again, some of this is probably, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Mark, it shows them walking through walls, okay, which is what we're learning, and people in Isfahan will have to walk through the walls. There's no doors. So there it shows it, and it helps me think about it in a very positive way. Like, oh, of course, let me just, well, I haven't done it yet, of course, but my thinking has changed. And even in the worst wish, you know, it's a wonderful way to teach kids how to behave and what can go wrong, and you know, all of the social dimension of our civilization, our humanity, if you want to call it that. So it is very, very interesting to watch because it's in line with what we're learning now. That's why I just love it. Thanks, guys. Thanks.
Thank you for
Maybe
sharing that.
to add to that,
Yes.
like we already know that there's a lot of science fiction movies and series that are coming through, right? So it's not weird to think that all the movies are showing actually what's going on, because people know what's going on, you know. And from the scientific side, there's science fiction, but from the spiritual side, there's fantasy. So in a lot of fantasy movies, they're already showing what is also going on, but we cannot see with the normal eye. You have to use your third eye and stuff. So yeah, like Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings, and well, I cannot name them all, but they just show what is going on actually, but we cannot see that. And there are people who can see that and who are working with those dimensions. Like their whole cities built on the earth in different dimensions. And yeah, I know people who have like elves take them to their cities to show them their city and the new world and stuff. So yeah, when you're open to the science fiction, we already know science fiction, hey, that it's becoming real. But then you can think, okay, the fantasy movies, maybe they're also real, you know, which they are actually.
Yes, we totally limit ourselves, no question about it. Many times we want to be overheard saying what's acceptable. And so by talking about other things that we kind of curb ourselves and we limit ourselves because we're afraid of what the others may think about us or our understanding. And since it's not a widely accepted understanding, then people really shy away from it. But we're open to these new, we know there's much, much more in the universe than we've realized. And especially once these glasses and other things are invented and we can see in a different strength into the universe, it's going to become quite a very crowded place. It'll probably look like Bangkok or one of these other cities with entities and craft and other things moving all across in different ways. So it's going to not be empty space anymore. We'll see a lot in this dimension of energy.
They used to have like the night goggles, right, in Vietnam with the
for sure,
with the red light, but then they found out that they can look into the spirit world and was like a lot of demons, supposedly, yeah. But and then they made the green ones because the soldiers are getting scared of the demons and stuff, which yeah, I understand.
Okay. So this is the Flight Iran conference that's coming up, and what we can do if you're not able to go, maybe you'd like to make a small donation to the Keshe Foundation that others can participate either in monthly sessions or in the Iran conference or in the research centers, all coming up. So making a small donation to help the others is also part of what you can do in supporting the Keshe Foundation and keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. So this is another option. We won't go into the research centers today. Whoops. I don't know why they keep disappearing like that. But those are the plasma flight sessions are important, and this conference is important. As he said, they're going to have extra practice in a way before this conference takes place that hopefully with the system support that'll be brought there, that one of us, a number of us, could show the full physical transmutation from one place to another, even if it's just over the bridge or from one room to the other. It'll just be shocking as with the Chinese scientists and what they saw Mr. Keshe producing of the materials, let's say. And we saw a small witness of that in China, but also he's held private sessions with the military scientists and others who were baffled about 20 elements just being created and raining down right out of thin air. And these are the capabilities that we haven't really understood fully, but we know they're there. Okay, perhaps we should go to the Dome of Peace at this point in time. And we're reaching up to the 3 p.m. here hour. But this is something where you can make and release GANs waters using your intentions and using other things to spread them. And I thought it was very interesting of what Anna Marie said, but let's just listen to this for a moment.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, and if you're not sure how to make GANs waters or GANSes, you can go on the KF Wiki and learn all about that process and how to release them. It's something for the physicality to do. And I know the Brazilian team has put this together there. You can, on Sunday at 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. Central European Time or Central European Summer Time, we gather together individually, or you could do it collectively in groups if you have others around you. You spray the plasma water in the area. And he did say it would connect wellness centers together. And it also brings quite a bit of peace and balance, if you understand it. The GANs water seems to know there's still fields in there, even though there's no GANs. You're taking the water above the GANs, about 50% down. If you had a container, you allow the GANs to settle on the bottom and take the water from the top 50%, and you use that in spraying the GANs water. As he said, you can use any sort of waters and put your good intentions into it. So it's something for the physicality to do. Now I thought we would go to where Anne-Marie had said about these 1,000 trucks that were assembling in Austria. If we just move this down to about, and Mr. Keshe was saying about using the GANs waters for this. Let's just see if we can hear that little bit of it here. Okay, there at 2:36. Okay, we're at 2:35:48 on the audio, so we'll have to catch up with this. Here we go. So again, think about this releasing of GANs water. She was saying there was 1,000 trucks staging in Austria to be moved to Germany, and perhaps, and Mr. Keshe goes through the drills that they go through, but normally it's 100 or 200 vehicles. She was saying this was 1,000, so most likely it's heading to the Ukraine. But here's what she asked the question: can I use the Gans waters for this to bring a peace? I'm not saying you go and spray the trucks themselves, but you can create a field. As she said, they'll have to go through this door. But let's listen to this interesting point here from Anne-Marie.
Of his, are you able to say anything, Andreas? Can I see you? You're not as translator right now, so we should be able to hear you.
And Andreas? Jetzt, ja.
I think he's trying.
He's on
but
translation side.
He's on both right
He
now.
cannot come out.
For some reason we can't hear him.
No, he switches microphone off. He's on the interpreters on recording. Is anybody else who can translate in German?
Maybe I can try in English.
Go ahead.
Okay. Soll ich? I'm in a little town in Austria, and there is a big parking place. And on this parking place, there are maybe 1,000 cars.
I lost you with 1,000. 1,000 cars.
1,000 cars. What's the name? Trucks. Not cars, it's trucks for military. They will go in I think in the whole of Europe. And so first I think I'm very sad for this. And then I think I must could send good energy to this place, or you will know we need some guns. Can I spray guns on this parking place or to this door when the what's the name, trucks go out? Then they must go through this guns door. Maybe you have an answer for me, Mr. Keshe.
Why not? Why not?
And which one of guns can I spray?
Just the is not which one, is the soul and the emotion and the wish you put into it. You understand?
Okay, yeah. Then I hope all.
You choose any.
So this is what he's saying here. You can choose any GANs. It's depending on the soul, the emotion, and the wish you put into it. I remember Sander saying, you know, when you drain the water 50% down and then you fill it up, shake it and then put good intentions. You're actually transferring very good intentions and your wish and your emotion and your soul into this structure. It's got a quite a high level of intelligence, if we would call it that, although Mr. Keshe said intelligence is really matter state, but it has the ability to go and to produce a balanced condition where it seems to know where to go and what to do, which again, you would say, it's just water. How could it possibly do that? It's water with magnetic gravitational fields in it, and it absorbs your intention. So let's finish this.
Are these 1,000 already parked in, or is it the empty car park?
Yes.
All full.
It's parked only, and then they go to Germany. The next days, all days come new, and all days go to Germany.
So this is an on-the-ground eyewitness who's reporting all this to Mr. Keshe, that this was a staging area.
It's stop only here for parking for a few days, and then they go to the next place. But it's 1,000 cars. New, I don't know what is military.
She's saying cars, she means
military
trucks.
There are two things. Military usually have a summer exercises in Europe, mainly in Germany. And on the other hand, there is huge amount of hardware is moving into Ukraine through Germany. It can be any, but there's usually summertime, this time, June, July, larger scale military exercises are put on, especially starting in July, and they all meet from all over the world, all over Europe. In July this year is very much locked in for one of the biggest exercises military. And it could be possible, but the size, there's a lot of hardware that's going into Ukraine from different sides. Very recently, I was in one of the Eastern Bloc countries a few weeks ago, and we see a continuous military line going into Ukraine. So if this for exercise, wish them all the best, and if it's there to kill more people, maybe your wish and the chances will bring that change to the soldiers.
I wish all people they hear this, they can send also the good energy to this.
Which part of Austria are they in?
Upper Austria.
Where? I live in Upper Austria.
Yeah.
Where?
Feuerbach. It's near Wels, near Linz. Near Linz. It's
yeah.
40 minutes far from
Linz. Yeah.
Linz. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. So a lot of cars, a lot of military trucks, and they're absolute new. The new make this.
These new vehicles are majority going into Ukraine.
Okay, so sorry I have to play such short clips. We're not doing the workshop justice, but we're covering what we can in here. So this is the idea of releasing the GAN's waters to bring a balance into all conditions. And you can be a participant in this process. It's something for your physicality to do. Now, Mr. Keshe asked us to take it to the next level. He said he would handle the physicality, at least in the negotiations that were going on in Geneva, I believe, or wherever the 5+1 negotiations were going on in there. But it's something we can do and physically do it. And it doesn't mean you can just do it on Sunday. We can do it anytime, releasing GAN's waters into the environment. China's been doing it for years, probably a decade now or longer, that they've been releasing GAN's waters into fountains and rivers and oceans and streams and lakes and the rest of it. Some of us have done the same. So now we'll go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, which is using the power of the souls. And of course, the Brazilian team has daily intentions on Wednesday, and you can meet them at 6 p.m. on Wednesday, or you can join the daily intention at right now it's Central European Summertime, so that would be at 2 a.m. Central European Summertime. If you like that process, you can join them. It's a short meeting, but it's very beautiful. There's some readings, there's some discussions, and then there's some moments of silence, which we will be taking in a few moments. So this is just to make you aware that you can actually join this meeting. And also what we're doing on this level of the soul, if I can just find the foil here, which is the Universal Council. The Universal Council invites the Keshe family and Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 9 p.m. Central European Time or Central European Summertime. for the elevation of all souls and the protection of the physicality. So you can use the Gans waters, something for your physicality to do. And now you can start practicing using the energies of the soul. Whoops, let's just bring that back. And let's hear about this. Okay. Thank you, Stefania. Thank you, Shwet.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. It was from a man called Mr. Keshe.
Sorry, I forgot to change the, let's just see here. We have to go to this one. Sorry. Here we go. This is the second step in creating.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. M.T. Keshe. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to use the collective power of the souls. But before we go there, let's continue from the 23rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop, where Mr. Keshe explains about learning how to pray through your soul, or learning how to touch or reach another soul. Again, we're not praying for the man, we're praying for the soul of the man. I think we made it up to about 6 minutes, so we're going to take another 6 minutes of this workshop just to get us in a way in the frame of mind and thinking about what we're doing here on the, again, energy dimension, the power of the soul collectively.
So let's fulfill their souls, that they have no needs. Don't punish them, but give them enough that they have enough, they don't look in another pocket. This goes the same to the Rothschild family. Let's pray for them, let's give our souls to them, to elevate them, that they find through their finances, to finance peace, not arms. We are very clear of who supports and which soul and which physicality is supporting what. Let them use their talents and their finances for the better of man through their souls. When you go to sleep, when you have peace time, not necessarily going to sleep, just open your heart, your emotional side or your soul to the whole Rothschild family. They need, but when their soul is satisfied, their physicality will change direction. Maybe then the money which is spent on developing weapons will be spent on developing and finding solutions for mankind. I don't know, but maybe we need to pray for our own soul to evolve, that through that we can evolve and reach them. Every soul on this planet has the power to reach the status of the soul of the prophet of the past. You can attain the levels of the souls of His Holiness the Christ, or bless His name, Muhammad. It's you who puts the limitation, not your soul. And through that, if sharing of a body and a bread could reach 2.2 billion people on this planet after 2000 years, maybe 1 million of us can reach a few handful of the souls of Rothschilds and Prime Minister of Israel and the people who run their country. That they open their gates of their soul to their body, that we find peace, and through it we find development. The maturity of the man has come when there has been equality. For years they spoke about the slavery, how much a slave they used to make the pyramids of Egypt. And now that documents have been translated and stones have been read, we find out has been very, very little between the top man in the army and the soldier who pushed the stones. Because there was equality. Because without one, the other one couldn't complete. Maybe it's time to share the soul, not the prayers. And then we can reach a point of 300-400 years of Rothschild financing wars to create money more. We give them all the wealth, but at the same time we give the wealth from the soul, not the physicality.
Okay, so let's give the wealth of our souls to them, to those in need. Let me just bring up the 5 minutes of silence, which will take 5 minutes of silence. And again, we're not praying for the man. We're elevating the soul of the man, that they can find peace and they can find balance. And collectively, we're much more powerful with this combination of fields. You may have the exact field that's needed. So let's take 5 minutes of silence. Again, this is a practice for us. We're just learning to create in this dimension in so many ways. It's been thinking of doing everything in the matter state to achieve something, but we'd never reach them. We'd never reach the world leaders in the matter state. As one person said, you need $1 million in donation for about 5 minutes with one of these people usually. But through the power of the soul, with that mother connection of the creator in all of us, we can reach them and change that dimension within the dimension of physicality, that they can start serving humanity rather than creating these wars and all this finance. So why don't we begin now? We'll take 5 minutes and then come back to our regularly scheduled program. Thank you. And thank you all. Again, this is a test for us to learn how to work through this this dimension. And again, second reminder, you can reach and meet with the Brazilian team for the daily intentions, or on Wednesday at 6 p.m. if you like this sort of work on the energy dimension. Or again, you can join the Universal Council, because the Universal Council is learning this through to create through the dimension of energy, which this creation through the dimension of energy will obviously lead us to manifest ourselves here on this planet in a different position or in the universe. So just a reminder, again, this is not a day job. I think Mr. Keshe delivered this in 2014, what we just heard from him, and that was the 23rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop, and he was basically describing the same conflict in the same area. So again, it's not a day job. It needs a lot of work and a lot of energy to move this. But when we reach the collective awareness from everyone, more and more joining in this process, we will see things start to manifest in conjunction with the systems and other things that Mr. Keshe is handling in the background in the matter state. He said it's for us to practice using our energies in that dimension. So thank you all for continuing in this
And Mark,
process. Yes.
yeah, one of the things I've sort of changed, instead of thinking about trying to change the bad, I just imagine peace and beauty and prosperity, you know, and instead of thinking about fighting against something. So it brings more peace to me when I'm thinking like that. Really, it does help. Thanks.
Good. We all have different combinations of fields, and collectively we're like a bouquet. Many beautiful flowers there, and this is why we're collectively doing this work, because we all have different fields in a way, and you may have that field that makes the breakthrough in so many ways to elevate their souls, that they can find peace and they can find balance. And this is the easiest way to work through the plasma dimension. And now Alex is ready to come in. Again, we went a little long, but Alex is here. And again, this what you have been sharing with us on this pH and the rest of this seems to be coming into play more and more. You must have had a vision of foresight in there, or perhaps the soul led you in this direction. Thank you, Alex, for joining us, and please carry us through.
Well, thank you very much for leading us, Mark. And I want to welcome everybody here to the North American team meeting. It's a very important meeting because it follows up on the Knowledge Seekers Workshop on Thursday, and then, of course, the powerful Brazilian meeting on Friday. And so this is our chance to discuss things in a forum that offers us some other perspectives. So having said that, and having welcomed you, and remember, this is not just a North American team meeting. We have representatives from all the other continents as well here today. So thank you all for being here on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. So we do have to, unfortunately, do this piece of business. And so please bear with us, and let's see if this will work.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Oh, I got myself in trouble again. Oh, yes. Let's do it this way. Mark, can you just give me a sound and video check, please?
Yeah, we see your screen and your voice is perfect.
Thank you so much. And again, so welcome to the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting. We are in the year 2024, and the timestamp is we are in the post-Sanya conference era, where we have seen that there's gold in them Dar hills. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. We are in the intermediate transition zone. We're going to discuss the North Pole today. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is June 16th, 2024. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So welcome everybody. This is following up a long series that we started several years ago. And we're in the intermediate portion of it, which was the advancement from the basic portion of it. And we completed the intermediate transmission. Now we're into the intermediate transition. And today's topic being the North Pole. Well, we've kind of discussed that before, but you see, we're still on the hesitancy highway. And we have to understand that this is the lowest energy state. And so, yeah, life is hard. And they say it gets a lot easier when you get up on the horse, but you have to pick the winning horse. And even then, it could be a bumpy ride. So the thing is that you have to exercise caution. You have to keep your balance. And so we're discussing the plasma sciences put forward by Maranteva Keshe in the 3 books. The book number 1, Universal Order, Creation of Matter. And then the book number 2, The Structure of the Light. And of course, book number 3, The Origin of the Universe, which makes one wonder if book number 3 should be book number 1. But that's another topic, because we are involved with trying to bring together peace on this planet and peace in this universe. And in order to do that, we have been operating for 330 weeks, the one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace. And so that's presented every Tuesday, and it's very important to understand that event because this is run by the members of the Universal Council. So we're trying to get on this plasma highway, but the reality is we're on the transmission highway. And in order to get there, we have to really investigate this transition highway, and that's what we're doing right now. And it's brought to light a lot of problems because many of the things that we have been taught and trained with involve our little MAGRA pie chart. And we wonder if the speed of light is the constant transmission. And is that a symbol of truth? And some say that the universe is only 70% hydrogen. And is this a symbol of truth? And where in this universe are you? Are you here or are you here? And is there an electron map that you can follow? So we have a very famous scientist, Richard Feynman, who talked about electron fixation. And the thing about it is that there's a theory of positrons put forward by Mr. Nambu. It says there's no creation nor annihilation, only a change of directions of moving particles from past to future or from future to past. So when did these two forces come together? And what happened when they came together? So we discussed the x-axis transmission, and now we're looking at the y-axis transition and how these forces come together and they create something. And that creation could be a point of conflict, or it could be a point of resolution, or it could be a point of containment. And we have choices. So the point of containment, of course, comes together due to the energy binding. And energy binding is very important. It's very self-serving, and being self-serving is very important. But when we were born, we created this binding energy in a self-serving manner, and we did this with the help of the universe. Somewhere along the way, since we were born, we learned how to do this at the expense of others. And of course, so that we can bind more energy at the expense of others, we lie, cheat, steal, and murder. And sometimes we do it illegally. And in the case of war, we do it legally. But the plasma rule, you have to remember the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. But this comes another point of conflict, because that's not the way we think. We think in terms on this planet where the higher strength eats the weaker strength. But it has to do with this negative charge principle that we talked about. And so the direction of flow, or the direction of binding energy, has to do with the negative giving and the positive taking. So when it takes and gives from itself, then it's binding. But when it gives and takes from others, then it is flowing. And so this principle works in both ways. And today, though, we're going to just talk about the polar axis, which of course we've seen as the y-axis transition, and that references polarity. But we find that the x-axis also goes through a transition dimension. And so this may lead to a certain amount of confusion. We say, well, the x-axis dominates rotation and is part of transmission. But if we transition the dimension of the x-axis, we still carry the transmissions. So now if we do the transition dimension of the y-axis, it too facilitates transmission. So we have this anomaly between rotation and polarity. So when we think about the rotation of the planet, we think about day and night. But when we think about polarity, then we think about rotating around an axis. And then, of course, there's the North Pole, and then there's the magnetic North Pole. And so this becomes kind of confusing. But what we have to understand that this reference has to do with the medium, and our reference has to do with the message, because the message traverses over the medium. So when we look at the creation of the universe, we understand that it exists from energy. So, and the energy is always positive. So the charge is positive or negative, which reflects the motion. And if there's a direction of motion, that means it has to go to or come from another place. And so when we look at the cover of the structure of light, we see that the light is coming from one place and going to another place, which infers all things in combination. Are all these things in combination in the same dimension? Are these things that are in combination in the same energy strength? So this is the rationalization we have to come up with. But we do have gravitational confirmation insofar as we are on Earth. And so somehow the magnetical gravitational interaction of the Earth and the magnetical gravitational interaction of the Sun interacts and creates this inertia spectrum. And so the initial gravitational inertia spectrum was the hydrogen spectrum. And so when we look at the spectrum, what we see is the physical fingerprint in light of the hydrogen. And it's unique. And it's consistent. And as we've already said, it's consistent in at least 70% of the universe. I don't know what's in the other 30%, but, hopefully we're going to find out. The point of the matter is that the principal matter, which is the energy from the universe, comes as an energy pack. And we all know what we do with a pack. We have to put it in a package, and that package is a parcel. So we have an energy pack and we have an energy parceling unit. And they're two separate things. So if you think of energy pack as the energy inside a battery and the energy parceling unit as the battery itself, then you know that you can hold the battery, but you cannot hold the energy. And this is the key characteristic of principal matter. We have to understand that the principal matter is ubiquitous in the universe. It is abundant, it is overflowing, it is all over the place, and it comes in a variety of different directions. And in order to come, it also has to have room. So in order to make that room, there has to be an emission of energy coming from that. And so we see that there are overlapping fields and the energy is coming into those fields. But how does it go into the different fields? And so there has to be a common denominator, doesn't it? So that the energy coming into one field is different from the energy coming into the other field. So it becomes a natural selection process. And all the fields get the energy because we have a point of containment, don't we? So regardless of which field, it gets its point of containment, it has its emission, and it has its absorption of energy. And so energy is always in motion. And because energy is always in motion, it is coming and going, which means it's a two-way street. So not only do we have two-way transmission, but we also have two-way transition. And so the relationship between the sun and the earth, although it doesn't seem to be very fair because the sun is so much bigger, but the operation is the same. The sun gives unconditionally and the earth takes, but the earth also gives, and it feeds back to the sun. And this feeding and feedback is an important characteristic. So today we're really going to be looking at the principal energy flow of the true two-way transmission and the two-way transition of the energy in motion on the blue planet. We're the blue planet because we are the water planet. But the interesting thing is that this energy flows around the planet. So we talked about these overlapping fields just now. So we have a physical field of the planet, and then we have the energy around the planet. And clearly, these are not at the same energy strength. And clearly, they are not in the same kind of physicality that we understand. Because as we said, we cannot hold on to the energy. We can only hold on to the parcel. So what we are looking at is the difference in the principal matter interaction of the rotation around the equator versus the rotation around the polar axis. And so the primary point of discussion is the polar interaction, because we all know about the equatorial interaction, right? Because wherever we are, we're on Earth somewhere. And some of us may be on the equator, and some of us may be farther north, and equally so, farther south. So this has an impact on us. But the universal solvent, of course, is water. And we talked about the gravitational conformation of hydrogen. Well, by adding the gravitational conformation of oxygen, we created water. And so the hydrogen being smaller is magnetical, and the oxygen being bigger is gravitational. But the water molecule is a maggrav and is round. So maggrav means it's a balance between the gravitational and magnetical field forces, but it doesn't seem to be very equal when the two tiny hydrogens are linked up with the big fat oxygen. So how does it maintain its circular roundness? So we have to understand relationships a little bit better. So what we're looking for is balance. And that is in a maggrav condition. But when it's in a maggrav perfect balance, then you can't see it. So the only time you can see it is when there's a difference in the magnetical gravitational relationship. However, there is a balance between the two. So scientifically speaking, we're talking about the conservation of magnetic fields versus the conservation of energy. But spiritually speaking, we're talking about the difference between the spirit and the soul, where the spirit is the motor of the soul. So this is where the plasma science comes in, because it brings these two different fields together and adds to that knowledge. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to add to this relationship. So this relationship deals with the conservation of energy, which means there's a difference between potential energy and kinetic energy. And the balance between the initial kinetic and potential energy is equal to the final kinetic and potential energy. But it doesn't tell you what is the level of that kinetic energy, or what is the level of that potential energy. All right? So we see that when we talk about the potentiation of strength, the extreme high energy is strong and the extreme low energy is weak. But there's all this energy in between that is subject to susceptibility. And so that's the difference between the magnetical and gravitational field strength. And so there are sequences, and all of these sequences are based on gravitational attraction, which is part of the feedback, and the magnetical repulsion, which is part of the feeding. And you, as the last man standing, have choices. This is not something that you can decline, or this is not something that you can abdicate or pass on to someone else. It's not my job. It's not my responsibility. You, as a, Earth inhabitant, have the capability of turning on and turning off the feeding, or increase or decreasing the strength. And as such, you will enhance or diminish the positioning. And so we understand the basic rule where the stronger feeds the weaker. And so this is not a condemnation of, you're stronger and you're weaker. This is just a reference. It has to do with sequence and orders. And since we're talking about sequence and orders, it just tells you how everything is very well organized. And so, is that the opinion that we're carrying of this planet? Because this planet has captured fields. And so we have this x-axis transition, which is perpendicular to the ground, but we also have this y-axis transition, which is elevated above the ground. So what is the difference in this position? And that's what we're trying to figure out, because when we look at the different dimensions, we say the x-axis is the rotation around the equator, but the y-axis is the rotation around the poles. So when we look at the y-axis dimension is determined by polarity. But when we're looking at the motion as we see it, and the x-axis dimension, it's on the ground. So here's where the conflict sits. So what we're talking about is the y-axis transition. And so when you get a series of y-axes and how they transition, we can create this vertical wave transportation system that we discussed last week. So when we talk about the alignment of the planets, which was interesting, came up on this June the 3rd, and we've seen a bunch of the planets get into an alignment and see, well, what difference does that make? But understand that each one of these planets is on its own orbit. So really, they may be aligned, but they're all on their own orbit and they're all overlapping each other's orbit. And so is this alignment alphabetical? Well, it doesn't look like it. Is it sequential by number? Doesn't look like it. Is it by size? Well, no, it definitely doesn't look like it. And then the question is, when you look at the alignment, it's whose point of view? So how can you see this alignment from this point of view? Because you're looking at it from the side. So you don't know really if they're all aligned in a straight line. They just seem to be aligned, right? If you could get in front of Jupiter there and look all the way to Saturn, would they all be in line? And for how long would they be in a line? But then there's the other question. The planets by position may be in a line, but are their poles aligned? Are all of them rotating around their polar axis the same way? So, well, of course they're not. So we're continually searching for outer space. And so what we're wondering is, to get on that plasma highway, do we get high on our pie in the sky? And as we're trying to make this y-axis transition, sometimes we wonder if we have to take time out for a coffee break, or maybe it's time for a jailbreak. For a lot, it's just time to get drunk and pass out, because it's not something that we want to know, because we're talking about balance. And so I ask you, did you ever lose your balance? And have you ever played that game where you stand on one leg? And how long can you stand on one leg? And if that's hard, what happens if you rotate? Do you get dizzy? Would you then have trouble standing on two legs? Maybe you would fall flat on your face. Isn't that kind of what happens when you lose the balance that's in your inner ear? And is your inner ear the thing that keeps you in balance? Is your inner ear a gyroscope? And wait a second. I thought we're rotating around an axis. So here's a gyroscope that is sitting on a pin, and the mass, the big mass, is rotating and it's sitting up top. How does it maintain its balance? So that kind of explains what happens when we play with spinning tops, isn't it? So we can see that the polar axis can be flipping. When we spin a top as a toy, we see that it wobbles it kind of makes a clattering sound on the ground, and then all of a sudden it's spinning in a perpendicular angle. And it seems to always stand up vertically, kind of like the gyroscope, the big fat head at the top and the tiny pointy part at the bottom. So we've gone through this complete flip, and we discussed this in Earth Upheaval. But the point is that there's a physical spinning. Is that physical spinning what we're talking about when we talk about the polar axis? So when we set our compass, we find that the compass is always pointing north. That's kind of the international rule. But it's not that the compass is spinning, because if it was spinning, well, you wouldn't see which way it was pointing. So it's sitting still in your hand, and then of course the compass points north, so we know where the North Pole is. That's pretty good. But there's also a magnetic North Pole. And so really, the compass is pointing to the magnetic North Pole, isn't it? I mean, that's kind of the reality there. But that magnetic North Pole also wobbles. But is the magnetic North Pole wobbling, or is the vertical North Pole wobbling? Isn't that the wobble question? And then, of course, since it's rotating around the North Pole, it could be wobbling on one side, or it could be wobbling on the other side. It all depends at which point you're looking at. But seeing as the Earth is rotating at such a speed, so you really can't see the whole wobble individually. You have to look at the whole wobble together. So it becomes a big wobble. Wobble to the left plus the wobble to the right, and gives you the full wobble pie. And then, of course, there's the Earth's rotation, which you don't feel the wobble, because otherwise you would lose your balance, right? So you are sitting in your chair, you're listening to this broadcast, and you are balanced. And yet the Earth is rotating at a phenomenal speed. So there's a perpendicular interaction, isn't? So there's the rotation of the Earth, and then there's the rotation around the axis. And the relationship of the two have created this field. And so that field then becomes the point of confinement. It's not a point of conflict, because otherwise then there would be an explosion. So when we're looking at this wobble interaction, we see that there is actually a northern hemisphere and a southern hemisphere, and they rotate in opposite directions, right? But the Earth rotates only in one direction. But this wobbling can go from a vertical to a horizontal. And if it went the full way, that would be a 90-degree angle. So when we look at the planetary alignments, there are some planets that are rotating throughout this 90-degree arc. Each one's different. In fact, some of the planets rotate in the opposite direction. So when we look at the uniqueness of the Earth, we operate within about 11 degrees of a wobble between the North Pole and the magnetic pole. And so we don't seem to fall on our side. And yet when we go to sleep, that's exactly what we do. So we walk vertically and we sleep horizontally. That's assuming that we have all our faculties. So the point being is that there's a hemispheric rotation somehow that's in a plasmatic field, And then there's a physical rotation, obviously in the physical field, but the physical rotation rotates both hemispheres the same way. So whether you're in the northern hemisphere or whether you're in the southern hemisphere, east is east and west is west. The sun comes up in the east and sets in the west. So we're both rotating in the same direction, but plasmatically, the hemispheres are rotating in opposite directions, and they're maintaining a balance. So when we're looking at this balance, we see that there's a dynamic plasma boundary that exceeds the physical boundary, right? So when we're looking at the inner space spectrum from the Earth space point of view, right, that's within the Earth space field. That's the physical Earth space field. And it constitutes an energy. But then there's a radiance field. And there's a feeding radiance and a feedback radiance. And that field extends beyond the Earth space field. It's a reflection of the inner space spectrum. So if we just look at the dynamic plasma relationship, as we said, there's a horizontal transition and a vertical transition. Horizontal transmission and a vertical transition. And that's from the Earth space point of view. But when you get on these dynamic plasma fields, there's motion. There's energy in motion. And the energy is going to and from. And so as that energy is coming out of the North Pole, and that energy then is emitting, from that point, it is emitting even more. And if it is emitting in order to maintain its dimension, it has to absorb. And so the energy is coming in and absorbing. If we look at the pathway that the International Space Station takes in relation to the Earth, it's kind of the pathway of a drunken sailor, isn't it? A little bit up, a little bit down, and maybe a little bit left and a little bit right. But you wonder, if we rotate in our orbit around the Earth, wouldn't it be a shorter distance to rotate in a straight line? And yet here we have this wave. So a little bit in the North Pole, a little bit in the South Pole. And if, plasmatically speaking, the Northern Hemisphere rotates one way, the Southern Hemisphere rotates the opposite way, well, that may account for the upness and downness. That may contribute to the wave situation, and that may contribute to the balance that is necessary for the orbit of the space station. And so it creates this pattern. We have this wave, and it's a consistent wave, isn't it? It doesn't change. So when we look at light, we see that it does have a wavelength also. But if we change the wavelength, we change the color. And in the process of changing the color, we also have to change the frequency. So we just looked at the pathway of the International Space Station, and it doesn't change its wavelength. So therefore, it doesn't change its frequency. And of course, it doesn't change its color. But it does change its position. So we could say that the relationship of the wavelength to frequency is the color of the light, but the speed of light is constant, just as the orbit of the space station is constant, and it provides a constant path, although in different pathways. So if we look at, doesn't matter where we are, if we're in Africa, we have the pathway coming from the north to the south. But on the other side of the world, the pathway is coming from the south to the north. So here we have two pictures of the same pathway from opposite sides of the world. One side is from the American continent, and one side is from the Australian continent. And so one pathway comes from the north to the south, and the other pathway comes from the south to the north. So we see that these are polar pathways. So on one side, it's a North Pole point of view. On the other side, it's a South Pole point of view. But from the Earth equator point of view, it's really the same. It's just that one is on the upside and one is on the downside. But, if you're looking at it from the South Pole point of view, so then one's on the upside and the other one's on the downside. So, the point of view matters with respect to polar pathways. So when we're looking at this dynamic plasma relationship, and we say that the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So the energy coming out of the North Pole is magnetical, which means the North Pole is negative. And energy coming into the South Pole is gravitational, so which means the South Pole is positive. But when you look at the pathway on the plasma side, on the outermost orbits, there's movement. So this energy that is on this path is magnetical. And so because the energy coming out of the North Pole is always magnetical, and like poles repel, so we have the magnetical on the one side, and there's the magnetical on the other side, right? Because they repel from each other. But then they keep moving along this pathway. So if they go all the way around to the South Pole, which makes sense because the magnetical would be attracted to the South Pole gravitational, except for one small little detail. The magnetical field on the other side is also coming in. How is it possible for the two magnetical particles that repel each other to suddenly attract each other? So they would have to become gravitational, wouldn't they? But if they were both gravitational, they would still be like poles and they would still repel. We seem to be creating more problems. And then, of course, what is the difference between the movement of the one magnetical particle to the other? Well, it has to be moving from the magnetical moves to the gravitational, because the gravitational is attraction. What causes the movement? We know that the energy is coming out of the North Pole and is basically ejected, right? It's repelled, it's emitted, and then it follows a path which goes beyond the physical realm of the planet. And then it has to keep moving. How can it keep moving? So there has to be a cosmic plasma relationship as well to take this into account. Because as it's moving, more energy has to keep coming in. And depending on the layer of the orbit around the Earth will depend on the field strength of the absorption. But either way, if energy needs to be absorbed, the first thing is the energy needs to be released. Energy needs to be emitted. And so it's the emission and the absorption of the energy which creates this cosmic movement. But when we look at the space station and it is moving around the planet, it is orbiting the planet, it gives us the appearance that it is orbiting around the equator. But really, in reality, isn't it following the plasma fields? Because as it is orbiting around the planet, it is not firing its rockets. It is drifting, if you will, along the plasma fields. So the path that it chooses doesn't choose the rotating movement of the Earth, but rather chooses the field emissions of the North Pole. But once it gets to the North Pole, it then reverses and comes back. So then it is more affected by the South Pole. So now we understand that the whole concept where the North Pole is negative and the South Pole is positive is only half the picture. Because the energy flow is a two-way street. So there's a giving and there's a taking. So if the gravitational is giving to the magnetical, and that's in one direction, then the magnetical giving to the gravitational is in the opposite direction. So there is a polar flipping that goes on to change from magnetical to gravitational, and in that particular instant, it affects the movement. And if we can get that in a consistent manner, then we can follow the path the way that the International Space Station follows the path around the Earth. But just to make things a little bit more complicated, when we look at the relationship of the winds that are going around the planet, we see that there are differences, even though, let's say, the planet is physically rotating in one direction, but whether it's an easterly or a westerly determines the direction that it comes from. That is a sailor's rule. And then, of course, so we have polar easterlies. And interestingly enough, the polar easterlies and the north and in the North Pole and the polar easterlies in the South Pole are both easterlies. And so there are northern westerlies and southern westerlies. And they go in the opposite direction. And then there are the northeasterly trade winds and the southeasterly trades. And right at the equator, where it is spinning, we have the trade winds, the doldrums. So the wind is going in all of these different directions, and there seems to be a relationship between the diameter of the equator and the diameter 30 degrees north and 60 degrees north and the polar. And that diameter changes. And this causes a problem as well. Because if the velocity is determined by the distance over time, multiplied by time, then clearly the diameter at the equator is wider than the diameter, say, at 60 degrees north. But people who live in the temperate zone between 30 degrees and 60 degrees are rotating at the same speed as those on the equator. But the distance they travel in terms of the rotation is less. So if the speed is the same and the time is the same, because the day in North America is the same as the day in South America, and it's the same as the day in Central America. So if the speed is the same and the time is the same, how can the distance be different? So this may be the factor that causes the difference in the wind speeds. It may be the factor that causes the difference in the wind direction. It may also be the factor in the curvature of the Earth. Because in order to reduce the distance, but maintain the speed at the same speed, then maybe the gravitational effect as we go north becomes tighter and tighter. So in other words, moving from the horizontal point at the equator to the vertical point of the poles creates a tightness in the rotation, where it becomes tighter and tighter, which causes the physical manifestation of that field to get smaller and smaller, which contributes to the curvature. So if we say that the orbit of the space station is actually following the energy pathways around the Earth, and is not following the wind patterns and the wind pathways around the Earth. And so we can see that we have an energy path from the North Pole to the South Pole, and we also have one from the South Pole to the North Pole. And as we approach the pole, we have this tightening. So from the polar point of view, that the maximum energy is at the core. And once it gets into the core, and as it gets smaller and smaller, it gets tighter and tighter, we create this to this cylinder, this hollowness, this pathway. So when we talk about the pH, that's a perspective of hydrogen, isn't it? As we go from a healthy to an unhealthy state, from an alkaline to an acidic state, from a gravitational to a magnetical state. So, and all of the states in between have to do with susceptibility, right? So the pH of 7 is neutral. And the lowest pH is extremely acidic, and the highest pH is extremely alkaline. And of course, this has to do with the density, because we see that the acidic side is oily and the alkaline side is wet. And so oxygen is more dense than hydrogen, so the acidic side is hydrogen and the alkaline side is oxygen. But when we bring all these things together, the two flimsy hydrogens and the big fat oxygen, we get a pH of 7, very neutral. So the water on its own, when it's split, always totals 14. But the environmental conditions will change the pH. We've seen that. And so that's why we call it the potentiation of hydrogen. So, but the thing is, it's also the potentiation of oxygen. And so if we look at the creation of the water, it always totals 14, but we see in the neutral, it's only 7. Well, it's actually 7 overlapping 7, isn't it? Because when we break things up, let's say, for instance, we shear a hydrogen off of the water molecule, and that becomes positive, that leaves a negative hydroxyl. And both of them are looking for a position. And so we have crossovers, deflection, and twisting, which involves tightening, coiling, and tunneling. And so these are all energy packs. But you can't grab onto them because the energy is always in motion. So where's this energy parceling unit? Well, once it comes into its gravitational point, it forms either a hexagon or a pentagon, plus other shapes. But when we're looking at sugar and sugar energy as it is pertaining to humanity, we see that the hexagonal formation is gravitational, so it gives the energy, and the pentagonal formation is magnetical, it takes the energy. But then there's a twisting, and so the difference is this twisting motion. And the key component, of course, in the giving is the oxygen. That is why the physical condition requires an aerobic condition, oxygen loving. So when we did the cups of life and we found that there was a strength associated with the ganses, we had a nanocoating process. We created this monatomic structure in the copper. And we used the physical structure to make the cups of life, but we ended up getting all of these ganses. Carbon dioxide GANs, calcium GANs, zinc GANs, copper GANs. And then we find that there's an amino acid GANs and a water GANs. And now we've advanced, we can even create a gold GANs. And these are all part of the radiance manifestation. The radiance manifestation, but they manifested themselves in the physicality. And so we had a physical first cup of emotion and a physical second cup of physicality. And then we found that the Earth space range details all involve a physical manifestation of an atomic structure. And each one's different. So somehow all of these structures were created on this rotating planet, which rotated physically, right? But we created different elements on the periodic table of elements. So if we go back to this pH table and we see it as a zipper, where when we split the water and it always totals 14, then we find that each of these is a potentiation layer, and it reflects the y-axis transition. So which is to say a pH of 6 will create a pH of 8, but a pH of 5 will create a pH of 9. While a pH of 10 will create a pH of 4. So in all cases, when you total up the pairs, they total up to 14. And so the question becomes, are they all in the same dimension? Are they all in the same energy level? So when we look at the motion, oh, look, you know, this is how we move the car, right? The car is following this zipper transmission, right? Where the energy is emitted, and then it's absorbed, and then it's emitted, and then it's absorbed, and it follows the same pattern. Doesn't it follow the same pattern as the International Space Station and its orbiting pathway around this planet? And the only difference, of course, is that this car has a motor because it's on a lower energy level. So somehow, some way, we have this energy transition that goes along the y-axis, and some are stronger and some are weaker. But, you know, if it's on a pH of 4, then we dictate a pH of 10. It's not going to be a pH of 9 unless there's some kind of intervention. So what we know is that there is a y-axis transition that goes from this gravitational format, which is your basic transmission, your x-axis transmission. But this is a lower x-axis. And somehow we get to this higher x-axis transmission, but that transmission has gaps. And in between these gaps are various transition zones. But in between these transition zones, there is a resting spot. And so two resting spots that we know is the monatomic structure of the nano-coated copper and the GaN structure of the copper GaNs. And so what we don't know and can't see is what's above. However, if we look at the planetary rotation, which is physical, but this is ignored by the International Space Station, it follows the y-axis transition coming out of the North Pole to the South Pole, and then returning from the South Pole back to the North Pole. And if there is a change in the y-axis transition, that means that the closer we get to the extremities, which would be at the point of the equator, wouldn't it? Because that is the largest diameter around this Earth. Then at that point, the transition is the weakest. And as we move closer to neutral, the transition is the strongest. And so the emission coming out of the North Pole creates a field, a magnetical field around this planet coming back into the South Pole. But we now know that the reverse is true. The emission coming out of the South Pole comes back into the North Pole. So the fact of the matter is, though, that the emission is not the same in terms of strength. It can't be. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any motion. So when we look at the pinching of the Earth in terms of its radius and diameter going from the equator to the pole, in a horizontal way, we can see the same thing. We can see that the range from the North Pole to the South Pole is the longest. And basically, at the equator, all you have to do is take one step and you can cross the equator. So the y-axis transition at that point would be the smallest, the weakest. So this would be the maximum atomic physicality. And so isn't it interesting that the space station seems to avoid that? It just seems to cross over the equator. It doesn't travel along the equator. So last week we talked about the pH of motion. And so we find that our car direction was moving one way and the foreground objects were moving the other way. So as we deviated from the center point, and as we got farther and farther away, we got closer and closer to the extremes. But there was no accounting for the energy because the car had a motor, but the foreground objects didn't have a motor. So the balance of power was sitting elsewhere. And so when we look at the plasma shifts, we can see that there are different energy states. And, you know, we're in that hesitancy state, the lowest energy transfer state where we're using heat and electricity. But there are different energy states. There's nuclear physics, plasma physics, then it's dynamic plasma, and then there's interactive dynamic plasma and principal matter. And so there are energies that cause a plasma shift. And we didn't take those into account. But if we understand the pH of perspective, then we find that when something is near, it's more intense. It has a blue shift frequency. Oh, like the blue planet. And it's the source is gravitational. Well, that's the source from our point of view, our perspective. But when we look at the susceptibility of mass and volume, we find that it can be far, it can be less intense, counts for the redshift frequency, becomes more or less the destination, magnetical. So this gravitational confirmation with respect to our planet sees that the oxygen spectrum is key in this component. Because the oxygen spectrum is unique in terms of the physical fingerprint of color, which is a combination of the magnetical gravitational field forces interacting with from the sun interacting with the magnetical gravitational field forces of the Earth. But not only. There are other things that are interacting. So when we're looking at the feedback summary of how we operate, we rely on sound, light, heat, pressure, the luster, the superficiality, laminar containment. All this has to do with the x-axis transmission, but there's a dimension transition. So we have this dominance of man-made range deviation. We say the conscious awareness overrides the unconscious awareness. But we've exposed the y-axis transition dimension. So the rotation actually becomes the polar y-axis transition form artifact. The rotation of this planet is a form artifact of energy in motion. And so this energy in motion gives you a transmission spectrum. And these spectrum orbitals are created by these non-visible viral conditions. It allows for the transition of visible transmission spectrums. And then you have spectrum to spectrum susceptibility, just like the unique fingerprint of hydrogen and the unique fingerprint of oxygen, and all the other elements on the periodic table of elements. And so we look at the superficiality of the surface and its luster, and we ignore the internal substance, the plasma substrate of the physicality. So wherever that point is a point of containment, but always one step beyond is the magnetical and gravitational influence. And as we can see, that it can change the waves. And even then, there's another step beyond. So when we're looking at the y-axis transition dimension, we have to understand that our communication antenna has to stay within this range transition, doesn't it? So the release of the binding energy has to precede the retrieval of the beneficial energy. The field release has to precede the field capture. The giving precedes the taking. The emission precedes the absorption. Motion cannot exist without coexistence, because motion is a product of existence. Motion and a coexistence reside in both matter states. So this physical dominant tuning that we're looking for is preceded by the plasma dominant tuning. So the range transition by nearness and proximity are the only way to measure, not distance. Otherwise, each of us would be rotating around this polar axis at a different speed. So we're definitely not man-space centric, and we're definitely not Earth-space centric. We're possibly sun-space centric because the Earth rotates around the sun, but it's not conclusive. What is conclusive is that the containment is dimension-centric, the proximity is dimension-centric, and the nature of the pressure is dimension-centric. And 3 transmission dimensions are working, but that's not the message. How is the message contained? So we find that we have to ask which transmission dimension folding deviation are we referencing? So the accountability is both X and Y axis range transition centric. So when we're targeting our reality dimension between what we say is gravitational and magnetical and what we say is materialization and dematerialization, that point is someplace between that manifestation point on our Earth space and that transparency point, which is outer space. and that there's another place, some space, that is a balance between the magnetical gravitational field forces. So there's a matter plasma dimension that is physical and a matter plasma dimension that is plasmatic. We happen to be feedback dominant at this point because these two work in combination. There's a feeding and a feedback. We have conditioned ourselves to avoid the feeding. This is at our expense. So when we put up our antennas, we have to understand that the message involves a feeding and feedback manifestation. So it's the transmission tuning which allows the transition. In other words, if you select one, it is balanced by the force selection of another. So the resulting selections feed the manifestation. This selection manifestation is predetermined by choosing peace dome of intention. Yes, we have that much power. The range transition affects standard folding deviation. So if we're looking for balance, and the y-axis transition balance comes to and from the peace dome. So when we're talking about balance, the plasma balance, knowledge and wisdom can give you deeper insight, but the experience will change a man's perspective, own it. So somehow, with that experience, misconduct must become harder to rationalize. So the pH balance actually becomes polar balance. So when we look at the pH of the MagRab and we see that there are many points on the perspective scale. So when we look at the blue planet, we see that it is neutral. It is healthy. It's heaven on earth. We could say that the pH of the blue planet is neutral 7 on the pH scale. So emanating from this gravitational point, we could say that the pH of the North Pole has many points because there are many orbits around the planet, many layers. Think of onions, think of apples, think of oranges. They all have this pattern, and it manifests itself in physicality, doesn't it? The thing is, we have two poles. So when you have the pH of both poles, then you have many points on the polar scale. And they're constantly changing. So when we talk about the pH of peace, we see that on the wings of the dove, there are many points. And on this planet, each and every one of us is a point. So we're learning about the transmutation preparation process. And the 6th session is coming up this week, June 21st. The 6th in a series of 6. And what we need to further advance the science. And so we're launching the space plasma research teams. Be a part of it. This is the new frontier. And as we are in the post-March 15th of 2024, current era of new selection process has come into play so that we understand our beautiful, bountiful Earth space in combination with that graceful space we call our inner space, which will lead us to our transmutation space, the real outer space, where we can share the greater oneness with all of us. And as we've tried to transcend the limitations of nuclear science 542 weeks in a row through the Knowledge Seekers workshops. Understand that this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers who are learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. There's a world peace treaty. It is fundamental for us to get into outer space. So sign it earnestly, sign it with intention, and sign it with love. You'll find that man is the reactor of a three-dimensional universe, and man can find heaven through the field transition. Can man go into outer space without a peace dome? It's hard. We're now mining the transition dimensions of truth, staying within the range of standard deviation of balance, accounting for the polar transition of the physical transmission dimensions. Plasma science needs to be delivered daily via the peace dome in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. And that's the end of this lesson. Thank you so much for listening, and I hope you enjoyed the trip.
Thank you, Alex. Again, have you just explained the rotation of the Earth that science has never been able to explain? Could you get a Nobel Prize for this? I hope so.
I don't think so. I've explained it to myself.
Let's see if any of the participants has any questions they'd like to ask you first.
So, Mark, I have a question.
Yes.
Did you have fun on this trip?
No, I became more confused to an extent. You know, you said the giving precedes the taking. And you are in, I'm going to read from the transcript. You are in space as a plasma. You come across another plasma. This plasma needs, it sends, it's like has got the SOS on it. I need this field to survive. It's the field strength which emanates it, which creates for need. And you are the other plasma. You don't have physical dimension and shape, but as a field, you feel this I have, I don't need, or I have too much of as a higher strength that you give. Then you understand how it works in the scientific world in the coming time. So you're this other entity that has the SOS on it, it's not giving, or did it give so much that it now has a huge need? And so you said the giving precedes the taking, but with this plasma, it seems like it has an SOS on it. It just has a need to take a field or an energy. So does the giving always precede the taking, or has this plasma just given away so much that it shorted itself in a way? It says, I need this field to survive.
So you've answered the question with a question, or you've asked the question with a question. I don't know. I'm confused.
That's normal for me.
Yes, it is. So the point is that you are sending a signal. I need, right? So that's an emission. And the energy that you're sending with, you can't send a signal of something that you don't have. So the actual signal that you're sending is of what you do have.
Okay, that would make sense.
Really?
I think so.
You're so easy today.
Yeah, always. You talk about the universal solvent, but what if we go to a place that has no water? As he said, you can't go to the beach on this planet because, so what becomes the solvent there? Something in the dimension of energy, or are there any solvents in these other places where you said the water is the universal solvent? Maybe in this universe or in this solar system, but it doesn't exist in other places. So there must be another type of, if there is even a solvent.
So if we're talking about a universal solvent in our Earth space, not in the universe, the universal solvent of the universe seems to be the carbon, the carbon-14. The carbon-14 seems to be the medium. So when we say medium, we're not saying medium small or medium large. We're saying medium medium. Small is smaller, large is larger, but medium is medium, the midpoint. And from that midpoint, you can give and take.
Okay. Anyone? Yeah.
So we find that the carbon is between, in terms of mass, between the oxygen and the hydrogen, isn't it? Anyway, did I answer your question?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I have these questions. I don't feel it's been answered, but it may have. I just have to raise my understanding up to that field level, perhaps, to understand it.
Mark, you just said if you go to another planet and the water is not there, then it cannot be a solvent, can it, on that planet? It doesn't.
It doesn't exist there.
In its, what we call it, not the periodic table of elements, but a table of molecules, if you will. Okay, because water is a molecule. So it doesn't exist in that regard. So it's the nature of the oxygen on this planet and its gravitational characteristic that makes it possible for life on this planet. So in that regard, it's a universal solvent, but it's a universal solvent contained on this planet. So if we wanted to maintain our conformity in another planet, then we would look for another planet that has a similar environment. Would you not agree?
Could you repeat that?
If we're looking for a planet that has a similar environment, then no.
Like here?
Yeah, then we can maintain our conformity as it is here. You could.
Yeah, if the inertia and the fields are the same or similar, you could maintain your conformity, but if they're different, probably not. And I think most of them are different.
Well, there you've answered the question. Okay, so from our point of view, and I think prior to getting involved with the plasma science, this was never a consideration, right? You say, well, there's no way for us to, go to Jupiter because that's a gaseous planet, right? And its environment is totally different from that of the Earth. Not to mention its gravitational field strength, right? So if we understand that the gravity seeks density, so we can understand that the gravitational effect on Mercury would be different from the gravitational effect on Mars, right? So you have to get acclimatized to it, that or acclimated, as you were saying.
Yeah.
That the point being is you can get acclimated in the physicality, but if you don't have the oxygen to breathe and the water to drink, to at least provide you energy in that sustainable form, then you can't go within that conformity. You would have to change. And it hasn't come up in the past that it's possible for us to change, because all we know is our physicality, right? The physicality that we see in the mirror. So, and some of us don't like what we see in the mirror. So, we decorate ourselves. We, change our hairstyle and we put on different fashion outfits. All that does is it changes our superficiality. It doesn't change our substance. And this is what the plasma science is. So the core value never changes, because the core value is founded and foundational, gravitational with respect to the soul. Your soul is you. Your soul is your friend. You are your own friend. You are the last man standing. So regardless of where you're standing, you're still there. And so this is the revelation of the new plasma science. So, how do you try and explain this to conventional science? And how do you explain this to newcomers to the science? And we have to understand that, what we're trying to do in these sessions is to distill all the knowledge into bite-sized pieces, if you will. But that's getting harder and harder to do. But the thing is that we all have this knowledge within us, because we were born with that, because we're all universal travelers in the universal sphere. So it's just that when we come to this planet, we choose, if you will, to forget, because we have this mental amnesia that comes about because of the way we remember in physicality, as opposed to the way we remember in our genetic structure.
Yeah, I'm so pleased that I started to understand a bit of this knowledge, and I didn't get immersed in the man's knowledge of the universe so much, even though I've read a little bit about it, but never considered the inertia, never considered the magnetical gravitational fields, just thinking, I could go to any planet and maybe with a dome or with a shelter, I could live there. But again, you're still in the matter state of the whole affair. As he said on the moon, you stay in the dome structure, you never really experience the moon. You've limited yourself. So I'm very pleased that, I didn't absorb a lot of man's knowledge into this, and this probably left me with one less fight that I had to shake off that knowledge, which might have been even harder than accepting a new understanding, which to me feels correct, let's say.
Well, it definitely is a lot easier for you than it would be for a physicist.
100%, yeah. Especially one that's receiving grants.
And I have tried to do this, and I have succeeded in failing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes, it's certainly very hard to give up the old ways in so many ways of understanding how things work, especially if you've taught it or written books about it or lectured, but on the lecture circuit, it's a very hard position to be in, to change what you've believed in. You may not have understood it, but you believed in it fully. So, and this is one of the problems science has with this. They don't want to rewrite the books. They don't want to perhaps go to a new understanding, a more advanced understanding of how the universe actually works.
Well,
yeah. Go ahead.
To give you an example of what you're talking about, because we're talking about the paradigm shift between the understanding between physicality and plasma science. How about the understanding between physical science and physical science? So I have a classic example because I was living in a farm, and the way we were heating the farm was with firewood. And we were going through a lot of firewood, and of course it's expensive, and it's
a lot of work.
A lot of labor. Yes, a lot of labor. So I had the benefit in my experience from water and ponds. And so I said, well, the first winter, and my God, the temperature went down to minus 40 degrees. I found my endurance level at minus 35 was less than 5 minutes.
That's all? Minus 40? Gosh, I can't imagine.
Well, just half an hour from me was a record minus 57. So, but I can't believe, I can't imagine that. I don't want to imagine that. But, what I did know was on the north side of the building, the temperature was minus 42 degrees, and on the south side of the building was minus 35. So, we spent a lot of time on the south side of the building. But we had a sunroom, and that sunroom was obviously empty in the wintertime, but full of plants in the summertime, because we were growing plants. But the thing was that they were terrestrial plants. So after that horrible first winter, I decided that I wasn't going to do this anymore because I had a personal distaste for cutting firewood and carrying it. But anyway, so I decided to build a pond, and I built a 600-gallon pond. That's like over 2,400-liter pond. It was 5 meters long and 1 meter wide and half a meter deep. A lot of water, and I created a river so that there was flow. And the following winter, the temperature never went below 15 degrees Celsius positive, regardless of the temperature outside. Isn't that cool?
Where was this pond located?
I put it
inside the structure?
Inside the house,
okay.
Inside the sunroom at the front. And I built it in the summertime, so it maintained its room temperature. And regardless whether we burnt wood or whether we didn't burn wood, whether we went away for a couple of days and come back, the inside temperature never went below 15 degrees. Now, room temperature is about 21 degrees Celsius, so it was cool.
Not bad.
Yeah, not bad.
Extraordinary, actually. Or
Yeah,
extraordinary.
well, real estate agents don't like it when you have, water structures in the house, okay, because, it has connotations of mold and high humidity and all this stuff. But, we actually use this water for our showers because the well wasn't in the best condition. So an extension to the pond was a settlement pond where the settlement that was in the sediment that was in the water settled to the bottom, and we just siphoned the water off to the top. And it gave us beautiful washing water. Anyway, after we moved out, the previous owner moved back in, and he was kind of amazed that we weren't using as much firewood. Let me put it to you this way: the firewood's measured in cords. We went through eight cords. We went through 8 cords of wood in the first winter, and in the second winter we only went through 2, and he couldn't believe it. He couldn't. As a matter of fact, one winter he went through. He had to bring in more firewood in the middle of winter. Can you imagine? That's a real trick. So anyway, he just loved burning wood. And so, we reduced our wood consumption by 75%. So that was pretty amazing. And, we did that physically with a physical pond, right? So you'd think that would be easy to explain. When he moved in, the first thing that he did was he disassembled that pond.
Ooh,
So,
that gives me a backache.
well, guess what? The following winter, he had to burn a lot of firewood. So, I tried to explain to him in physicality, in physical science, why the purpose of the pond was. And I failed. So, you, they say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Well, in this case, it was true. But, you build it, you show it, you demonstrate it, you realize the benefit of it, you realize the practicality of it, and still it comes in and disassembles it, destroys it, and reverts back to the old system. And he's perfectly fine with it. And this is all done in the physical science. So when you have people like that, what hope is there to explain the plasma science to them? You basically say, well, there's no hope. So, if we're trying to do things on a physical basis, well, this is why there are world leaders out there who still don't get it. They don't get it that they are the leaders because the followers depend on them. And so that becomes their family, and their family should benefit from them being the leaders. And when their family suffers, they should understand that they need to change their course of action. And when they insist on not changing their course of action, if they insist on being belligerent, ignorant, and not seeing the reality, then we have to give up on the physical transmutation, if you will. We have to rely on the plasmatic transmutation, and then we can realize heaven on earth.
I was just thinking of that permanent candle. It sounds like you have some sort of effect like that, in a way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. He said here in the around 3 hours, but lift and motion will be the primary show. I actually talked to one of my friends in Iran, said if they don't mind bringing a 1 meter 20 by 1 meter 60 Iranian handmade carpet, that we can put a system and then you can see what you call a flying carpet. It will be very interesting. Wow, I thought that part of it was he was talking about people covering up or something, but apparently there's going to be a number of flying carpets there, or at least carpets. We'll see what happens. He said, we'll bring a 20-meter handmade carpet that we can put a system, and then you see what you call a flying carpet. It will be very interesting. So there'll be, again, some revolutionary things. And he even talked about revitalizing that candle that was burning for centuries, one candle heating large amount of water and boiling it again. I guess it's been destroyed some time ago, but they may, during our stay, they may reignite what they call the public bath. It's a swimming pool. They call it a public bath. With one candle, we can switch on and heat up a swimming pool. Any thoughts on that? What was the principle behind your pond? Absorbing from the earth? You said it was only a foot deep.
Gravity seeks density.
gravity seeks density, which means,
Water is more dense than air.
okay, which means,
It retains heat longer.
okay. But I would think in a way that water would freeze up solid if it was quite low outside and there was no other heating source in the building? Or were you burning the wood and that was
The
taking?
pump was in the
Yep.
sunroom.
Okay.
So during the daytime, the usually there's sunlight in the daytime.
In the winter, there's not a lot. That's why these solar panels don't usually fare well without any sunshine, but perhaps it was just absorbing some fields. Very interesting. I hadn't heard that. Where did you come up with that method? You'd heard about it or read about it?
I did that for a living.
Okay. Wow. That's not too popularized, at least down in my neck of the woods. Haven't really heard of that.
Oh, there's some places, and I tell you a funny story. There was a lady that was looking at my plants and my ponds and stuff like that, and she was literally shaking. And I said, like, what's your problem? And she says, well, she says, I'm getting a new pond and I can't wait. And I said, what are you waiting for? And she says, well, I've been waiting for a pump. You know, we weren't so far away from the river, and I pointed to the river and I said, well, there's no pump in the river either. I said, why don't you just put the plants in your pond, and when you get the pump, then turn on the pump? And she said, so you mean I can start right away? I said, yes. I said, she started to really shake, and I said, boy, you've got pond fever bad. You ought to see it, man. It's when you get pond fever, it is totally irrational. But it's wonderful, you know, because it brings vitality to the landscape.
Okay, anyone else have a thought or a question or a comment they'd like to bring up? Now, the soul on the top of the head, the fields go out and come back in through out of the north and back into the south. And this is why we have the structure built this way. But what about the plants? They seem to be quite successful in their what they're doing, but the soul is below the ground, but it works in the same method of out from the north and in from the south. I'm not sure I quite understand that.
No, that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, which play is the plant growing? It grows north. It grows vertically.
Yeah, there's so many things we haven't, at least I haven't considered in this whole run of plasma knowledge. There's quite a bit yet to unravel. Anyone else would like to come in with something? You're talking about the hemispheres rotating in opposite directions. That's new for me as well. I thought it was one sort of sphere rotating together. But I know Rick has showed those vortexes in the bathtub, and when they go in the same direction, they sort of slow each other down. They don't last as long, but when they're going in opposite directions, there seems to be a longer movement in a way. They sort of complement each other than working against. So maybe this is why you're saying the two hemispheres rotate in opposite directions.
It isn't why I'm saying it. That experiment is demonstrating in physicality what happens plasmatically. Because what Rick did was he rotated one hemisphere physically and then induced a rotation in the opposite direction. And that rotation in the opposite direction was equal and as forceful as the rotation that he was manifesting with physical, with a physical motor. So
well,
he was
with his
demonstrating.
hand, I think he just used his hand to create sort of a vortex there.
No, he actually, he hooked it up to the tap and turned the tap on so that the vortex was created by the rushing water.
Okay. I know the video I saw, I think he used his hand on it. But regardless, yeah, you would think if they were spinning in the same direction, they'd actually work better together, but the opposite direction is actually, it keeps the vortex more in place. The same direction, they seem to cancel each other out. Okay, we're looking for a few questions from our participants, if anyone has any. Hopefully Randy's a little bit better, and Alenka, hope you're well as well. It's mentioned here in the chat.
Well, listen, everybody, I want to thank you very much for allowing me to continue to make these presentations. And I hope you've enjoyed them, and we'll look forward to carrying on this process.
Definitely, we've just begun. I think we're just scratching the surface, Alex. Especially with the multiple dimensions, we're just mastering, well, we've in a way mastered one, but we're just on our second dimension, this energy dimension. As I said, there's a number of other dimensions that we're not even familiar with yet. So there's a ways to go, but we contain it all within our structure. The whole creation of the universe, the RNA of the universe, the rest of it. So we have quite a, we never knew we were really walking around with all this universal knowledge within us that has been untapped so far to the majority of the inhabitants of this planet. And now it's being opened up slowly. Okay, if there's no further questions or comments, then I guess we can bring this meeting to a close. Hopefully you'll sign up for the next transmutation session. Again, we're trying to keep Keshe Foundation free for humanity, and we're going to play that 7-minute video when we conclude. And then the final disclaimer. But in the meantime, a way to test your own reactors and to play with them is to start using this understanding of Mitra, or the gift of the wise men, which is the thinking, speaking, and doing good, or acting good in so many ways. So I think this creates a huge amount of peace within you. It obviously keeps your blood pressure down, and by not taking and thinking good about a person, even if they've done wrong or you feel you've been slighted in so many ways, this offers a beautiful plasma shielding, I think. Not a lot can really attach to you when you're thinking, speaking, and acting good as much as possible. And of course, the other one, which is, may you be proud of the work you do. And this applies to all of us. This was given as a little memento, I think, in Manchester. To the participants there, and may you be proud of the work you do, may you be proud of the person you are, and may you be proud of the difference you make. So we're all carrying a very small corner of a very large carpet, and we may see some other carpets in the conference in Isfahan, as I
Mark,
understand
would you
it.
like to take the screen?
Oh, sorry, I didn't take the screen, did I? I'm just showing these images. Let's share the screen. Thank you. Didn't realize it, just went right into it. Okay, as I was saying, may you be proud of the work you do, the person you are, and the difference you make. And then, of course, apply the beautiful principle of these three wise men, which all the Christians missed, as I understand it. And this gives you a way to practice using or balancing out your own reactors within you and creating probably a good amount of peace, a good amount of wellness, because many of these emotional conditions, we think we loaned somebody $5 and I never forgot that the rest of my life, that the guy never paid me back and I still want the $5 back. So as Mr. Keshe said, rather than trying to get the $5 back, you just move on and make $15 and that'll settle that issue. But the thinking, speaking, and acting good is a huge shielding for all of us, but only you can practice that. I'm not in your ship or in your vessel, but this is an ethos I think you will carry across the universe, not only on this planet. Any other thoughts or questions?
Yes, Mark, the balancing that you just talked about is
Yes.
not our responsibility is our own balance. It's not to balance the others, but
Oh, we have the ability to balance any field that we come in contact with, I believe. If
yes,
need be.
yes, but I'm just saying that we're not carrying the responsibility. We can just offer it unconditionally.
Right, right. What I do belongs to me, nobody else.
Well, what belongs to me is my responsibility.
Okay, very good.
I can't assume your responsibility, but at the same time, I if I'm in a position to, I cannot allow delinquent actions, and this becomes the dilemma, the man's dilemma on how we approach this. So we see that there's two ways to do things, and one is physically dominant, one is plasmatically dominant, and one is by orders of magnitude more effective. So that's
Absolutely.
why investing the time and energy in bringing this forward, because that's where the future lies.
Okay, thank you all again for joining us today, and may you have an amazing rest of your day. Hopefully we see you in one of the future meetings or sessions. The One Planet, One Nation, One Race comes on Tuesday, the Reactor Group on Wednesday. It's just basically the same schedule week after week. And of course, the Knowledge Seekers Workshop on Thursday. And there are other language community meetings like the Bengali one on Saturday, the Brazil one on Fridays, and others. I'm not sure when the Italians are holding theirs, but you're welcome to join any of the public sessions, which you'll find in the telegrams or other locations that you can join, even if you don't speak the language. You may be amazed at what you pick up on the plasmatic level. And it's just nice to be with other knowledge seekers because they're all working, hopefully, in the same direction for peace on this planet, which is just the next step to the next step. As we understand, this ladder has thousands of steps in it, and we're just starting to climb this beautiful plasmatic ladder of universal knowledge. So thank you all for joining us today. I'm going to play Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity and the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Let's see, we have a couple of messages. Thanks to all from Roald, and thanking you, Alex, and the rest. If people want to know more, Roald has said about the energetic world, which is on the earth as well, they can read the Anastasia books from Vladimir Merge, they contain a lot of truth. Yes, we've heard these books mentioned in the past time. Okay, any other thoughts or any comments anyone wants to make, or we'll go right into the Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity. So that's why these monthly sessions and the other workshops that are going on are so important to keep Keshe Foundation independent and able to operate without the strings and the attachments of the funding from others, which usually comes with some orders. And Mr. Keshe wants to keep the foundation completely independent from any government or any other entity which would try to take it over, misuse it, abuse it, and hide this technology from the others. So we don't want that to happen. And if you want this to extend further, participate and become a trial volunteer. Thank you all again. Have an amazing rest of your day. And we'll conclude with the Keeping the Keshe Foundation Free and the final disclaimer. Thank you all for joining us today. And thank you, Alex, for narrating the introduction to this video.
Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity. Become a trial volunteer. And Mr. Keshe is making every effort to keep Keshe Foundation free and independent, and out of control of the multinational corporations. Therefore, we need more knowledge seekers with certain health conditions to come forward and be part of the trials and test. It's different than volunteering for big corporations with huge budgets. For one thing, they pay you to put experimental drugs inside your body because you are taking a risk. With plasma science, it is totally opposite. You are working with plasma fields that cannot damage you, and usually your condition changes or goes away. But you have to pay for it because it's an act of love to help bring the change to humanity. Please, if you can consider volunteering for these trials, not only do you benefit, but you bring benefit to others.
This is the tooth of a child, and you can see it literally to the flesh. And this is very few weeks later. Where the tooth is literally recovering and growing. And when you see the changes are so fundamental. And this is what our doctors and dentists are achieving. This is a life of misery, pain, tooth extraction. And this is today, a few weeks later. And you walk away for all the problems. How far this will go? Will it become a complete tooth in the next 6 months, 12 months? And would we see the changes? Because if you're a dentist, and if you're an ordinary man, you can understand the difference between the two. No chemicals, no medicine, nothing was used. The target of our dentists and doctors is to grow tooth where it has gone. It's been pulled out if it's possible. It's been the dream of the dentists. And using the new technology by them, I'm sure they will try. As you can see, the difference between the two is very clear. We see new bones, new structures, new covers appear. It's the same for us with the what we call the world of salinity. Can we create a condition? Would you like to change the screen, please, Greg? Can we come to the point that with application of the remote, we can deliver directly, for example, to build a piece of wall of a heart of a baby the way we did with a tooth from thousands of kilometers away without open heart surgery? Can we rebuild part of a kidney which has been damaged in your dialysis machine? Can our doctors, with a new technology, remove kidney stone without any intervention? Do they need to change the salinity within a kidney for the stone to melt within a few sessions? And now you understand why we tell you, volunteer. Do you want me to go to multinationals and tie your hand with research? Or do you want to do it yourself and help the others and our doctors to understand? We are not in medical practices. We are in elevation of the soul, how the soul decides to change the what we call dimension within dimension of physicality. And secondly, all these trials done by the doctors. We are providers of the knowledge. So, if you want to see if it works, if it can bring a new understanding for us, volunteer. And opposite to the other researchers or doctors and institutions where they go out and look for billions to pay scientists to find out, Keshe Foundation asks you to pay for, as volunteer, for us to learn, for scientists to bring the new dimension.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.